Calling the meeting to order. Pursuant to the order of reference for Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Welcome to our witnesses by teleconference and here with us in the meeting room. We have by video conference from Niagara Falls, Canada BW Logistics, Kevin Jacoby, Executive Director. And from video conference from Tanzania, we have Eddie Perez, International Policy Analyst, Climate Action Network Canada. And here with us, we have from DCAS, Jim Tully, Executive Vice President, and we are expecting Bob Benner from the Hamel Agricultural Processing Solutions, who will be arriving shortly. We'll go with the video conference. Mr. Perez here from Tanzania, and I understand you don't have the best connection in the world, so we'll open up with your comments, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Apologies for the quality of the video. Arusha, Tanzania, in the traditional land of Warusha. On behalf of Climate Action Network Canada, we thank the invitation to address the Standing Committee on International Trade. Climate Action Network Canada is the country's largest network of organizations working on climate policy and sister organization of the world's largest network of environmental organizations, regrouping more than 1,300 groups around the world. I'd like to begin these remarks by standing in solidarity, highlighting and supporting the work throughout 2018 and 2019 and the comments from member organizations like the Canadian Labour Congress, Unifor, the Assembly of First Nations, the Steelworkers, and many other members who participated in the consultations and worked closely with men on NAFTA 2.0. I also support comments from our allies such as the Council of Canadians. For over 25 years, NAFTA has come to climate change, toxic pollution, economic insecurity, and social inequality and environmental deregulation. This is a result of a trade system that Canada has placed in favor of corporations over people. In the current climate crisis, we can't continue to promote trade models that lock ourselves into multi-decade trade deals that add fuel to a house on fire. Now, the question that we have for you is the current CUSMA on the right side of history? Can we seriously use this trade deal to tackle climate change and toxic pollution? How is the new version of NAFTA different than the last one? And will it reassure those who are inside and outside this parliament to ensure Canada upholds its climate obligations and responsibilities? We therefore recognize, however, that the absence of any proportionality provision in NAFTA 2.0 is a clear win in environmental terms. The same applies to the deletion of ISDS. But is this enough? Democrats in the United States have voted against the ratification of the agreement because it does not address climate change, the greatest threat facing our planet. Now that Canada is contemplating its ratification, we should focus on how to create domestic safeguards to ensure that while Canada implements this agreement, it does so while upholding its environmental and climate obligations. Let me just remind the committee of the current state of play. CUSMA fails to address, acknowledge, or even mention the climate crisis. Most of the provisions in the environmental chapter are vague and remain largely unenforceable. Chapter 28 provides new avenues for corporations to influence regulation. Considerable attention was given to fishing subsidies. However, that is clearly not the case for fossil fuel subsidies, which are similarly destructive and tell a sad story of North Americans' ongoing support for high carbon intensive economy. CUSMA shows again the deprioritization of the environment chapter to a point where specific wins like the elimination of ISDS are undermined by the complete lack of reference to environmental governance, and there is no mention of UNDRIP. This deal hardly mentions pollution, and it does not include specific and binding terms to address documented pollution dumping. There are no independent and binding enforcement systems for environmental terms, and it does not create an independent body to investigate and initiate cases against environmental abuses. How do we move forward? These are quickly recommendations from Climate Action Network. For us, climate action alone won't stand if it does not ensure trade deals also protect the rights of workers and recognize the rights of Indigenous peoples. Acknowledging that because of the current political context, Canada was not able to ensure meaningful progress to include climate in the current text is not enough. Canada must avoid that this trade deal does not block our ability to respect our climate obligations and commitments. So how do we move forward? Canada has committed to increase its climate targets and to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Canada has committed to provide new national determined contributions, and those new NDCs rely heavily on expanding renewable energy. So there may be more disputes to come, and we need to be prepared. Here is what we encourage you to do. Parliament should request an analysis on how this trade deal can support further climate policy, particularly on key areas. First, how CUSMA facilitates or not trade of climate-friendly goods and services, and further strengthens the promotion of Canada's climate objective. How trade rules, at the very least, are not a barrier to climate policy goals. How trade deals impact the international transfer of mitigation outcomes under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, particularly in the context of the Quebec-California cap-and-trade system. Finally, we are way behind where we need to be. In this climate crisis, achieving climate objective should be considered to be a legitimate reason to depart from trade rules. Such considerations are being considered in the EU, with clauses, even when enforceable, are not a guarantee that a trade deal can be seen as a tool for climate action. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perez. On to Mr. Jacoby.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate being asked to be part of this conversation. My name is Kevin Jacoby. I'm Executive Director for Canada BW Logistics, located in Niagara Falls, Ontario. Just put in context, my company is an import-export development company. We help local businesses support their expansion of their exporting needs, as well as international companies to find a home here in Niagara for them to be part of our community and develop their businesses within the Canadian infrastructure. So I'm here to actually speak in support of USMCA, the ratifications that are being done, in the hopes that it's going to give stability to our companies here. We have a number of companies that were greatly impacted when we've had the opportunities of changes in tariffs being subjugated to such things as steel and aluminum. Our clients base here develop contracts between their suppliers and the people they're selling to that can last over 2 to 3 years. When tariffs come in the middle of a contract, we don't have the opportunity for us to adapt and to evolve what we're trying to do as businesses, and therefore have to impact either our margins or dissolves our company. Working with our chambers of commerce here, as well as being an executive director for both Niagara Industrial Association and the World Trade Center, the Buffalo Niagara chapter, we see dramatic impacts for this uncertainty without this being ratified. What we're hoping to see through ratification is stability in the market. We do understand that there are going to be pluses and minuses depending on the sector of business that our companies are in. However, we'll have the rules in place that allow us to make decisions that we can impact and forecast beyond just the short term we're currently in the process of having. I think we have a very small window for us to ratify based on the political climate in the United States, and that if we don't take action soon, we may lose that window of opportunity. For Niagara, Niagara is one of the largest trade networks here across Canada, being a border community. We have the busiest border crossing for both people coming back and forth from Canada and the U.S. We're also the second most important border crossing when it comes to total value of freight. We are one of the few areas in Ontario that actually has a trade surplus. The idea of the NAFTA 2.0 or USMCA, that ratification will solidify our ability to impact Canada's economy, as well as attract businesses and investment into the Canadian business cycle. One thing that we do with my company, what we try to accomplish here, is to develop a landing point for international companies to be able to develop manufacturing and marketing opportunities within our region to better impact their ability to do business with both Canada and the U.S. we understand Canada is a very small market compared to the US. However, we are seen across the world as a stable market, a place where landing and doing business in an environment that respects fair trade and other cultures, that we give a landing point which allows them to have better access to both Canada, US, and of course, Mexico to a limited extent. We really don't have as much going here for Niagara in that respect. So we hope that the committee will take the advice of the people that are presenting to move forward with ratification and give Canadian businesses a stable platform from which for us to grow our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacoby. On to Mr. Tully for DCAST.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to present before this committee. My name is Jim Tully. I'm the Executive Vice President of DCAST Limited. DCAST is a manufacturer of precast concrete infrastructure products and is located just outside of Toronto. We directly employ over 500 people, and our supply chain affects another 3,000 people. Now, while NAFTA and now the CUSMA should provide open markets to both sides of the border, history has shown that this is not the case. There are several existing U.S. policies that have affected small to mid-sized companies like DCAST. Buy America, Buy American, the U.S. Recovery and Reinvestment Act, and President Trump's executive orders on U.S. content. We've been affected over the last few years in the following ways. Under Buy American, for construction projects, contractors must use construction materials that are 100% manufactured in the U.S. with greater than 50% of materials coming from the U.S. Canada is exempt for contracts greater than $10 million. However, most of the projects that we bid fall under this amount. Many state municipalities also use similar geographic production requirements. President Trump's executive orders. President Trump has clearly stated that he wants to buy American first and has incorporated this concept into 3 executive orders affecting Buy America and Buy American policies. These executive orders create more uncertainty for companies like DCAST. The direct results of these policies have been the Canadian market for infrastructure products is wide open to U.S. companies, allowing for predatory pricing and dumping. In 2018, DCAST lost the equivalent of 41 full-time jobs on projects lost to imports of U.S. steel pipe. Our understanding of the pricing by U.S. manufacturers was that it was at or below the cost to manufacture. Just last week in Winnipeg, a U.S. pipe manufacturer from Texas undercut local pipe producers. Given the distance they had to ship, they are selling at or below their cost. In conclusion, to help manufacturers like DCAST Limited, Canada should impose domestic content preference on its infrastructure funding to provinces and municipalities as recommended by the Canadian manufacturers and exporters. This type of domestic content preference could be implemented under the concept of reciprocity to account for true and open free trade. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tully. Then on to our members, Mr. Dowell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to thank my colleague Chris Lewis for allowing me this time here today. I've had the opportunity through the years as a former mayor and deputy warden and warden of the county of Simcoe to work with the organization here presenting today, and I want to thank you, Mr. Tully, for sure for being here today. I know you're a very busy man, but like you've said in the beginning of it, it's a company that's grown quite a bit through the years. We had an expansion in 11, 12, 16, and in 19, I believe a $12 million expansion and 35,000 square feet as well. So this is a growing company. It's done very well. In fact, celebrated their 30th anniversary as well, which is incredible in today's economy to have that length of time, and is a large employer, and as well during the 30-year anniversary presented checks, 15,000 to 2 local charities, one in Alliston, which was the Women's and Children's Shelter of Barrie, and My Sister's Place in Alliston. So this organization through the years has donated much time, much energy, and is one of the key cogs, quite frankly, in Simcoe Grey. And had the opportunity as well through the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. I know that through the years there's been sometimes things, a lot of red tape from organizations to help with those growths that you were having in the industry to build upon what you have, as well as we had the steel for a while, and at the end the Buy American policy. So certainly our party believes that in free trade, and ideally it's with less government involvement. I just wonder if you could speak a little bit more as to how free trade affects you, and if we could make the playing field even, how that would come. And then the other question I have is, I know that we have $186 billion rollout for municipalities for infrastructure projects that, from what I gather, aren't getting out there in time. I just know if you could speak also to the amount of business that you get through the cities, through the municipalities, how important it is that municipalities who need that funding, and how important it is for you, for your organization to grow, to even expand once again.
Okay, from our perspective, the real effect on us has been that we have no ability to bid into U.S. jobs. We have no ability that's asked us to give them a price, figures out whether they can use us as a supplier. The bids are closed. It's too late. So we're blocked on bidding pretty well any project. How this affects us is our U.S. competition, and I'm all for open, free competition when it's equal. Our U.S. competition has the ability to come into Canada to bid on jobs, and they use predatory pricing coming up here. They use pricing that covers maybe their overheads, and they don't look at profit. They just dumping. And we see that, the price, if I told you the prices that went into Winnipeg last week, it's ridiculous. They're coming out of Texas and they're 25% below the local guy. It's unacceptable. So, and they do this with freely knowing that we have no ability to retaliate. And that's our real problem. And like I said, from my perspective, reciprocity is the answer. If you put this kind of policy on us, we do the same back. And that's the only clear answer. It worked back, I think, about a decade ago when FCM canvassed the federal government and was able to put a reciprocity clause into force. And right away, the U.S. took off the limitations on Canada. And if we can do that again, especially in this climate that we're sitting in today, that would have a great effect and help companies like ours.
And just to follow up to the importance of the infrastructure to the City of Toronto as an example, our large cities that need it as well, and the type of work that you're doing and how it could affect, the American part of it, if you're not bidding those contracts, how it hurt you. All those expansions were pretty much in line with tender contracts at the time. You do the major subway, you do the major girders that people see when they're driving in Ontario here in the 401 area and that. So I don't know if you can give an update on the importance of that as well.
It's hugely important to us. I mean, the infrastructure is a massive part of what we produce for. So to give you some examples, in the Ottawa area, we're working with the two LRT proponents. We're supplying all the girders that will be used in those elevated sections of those LRTs that are being built in Ottawa. So any delay in infrastructure projects that come out is a delay on work for us. So we're always pushing to see that funding flows freely and flows in a proper amount of time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my first question goes to Mr. Eddie Prey. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I first of all I want to thank you for your advocacy on environment. That's great. And as you very well know, that we believe in environment, and you mentioned already that by 2050 we will have zero net emissions, and we believe that the commitments to high levels of environment protection are important part of the trade agreements, as well as they protect our workers and they protect our planet. And particularly when we talk about CUSMA, this is the very first ever trade agreement that has new enforceable environment chapter, and this replaces the separate agreements that we had in the previous agreements. As I come from British Columbia, and marine environment is very, very important to myself, and Randeep comes from there as well, and it upholds air quality and fights marine pollution. Wouldn't you agree that these are the steps, positive steps moving forward?
Thank you for the questions. I think it's fair to say that, as I mentioned in my statement, first of all, Canada's and the U.S. approach on trade do require some kind of enforceability, for example, for the environment chapter and other chapters. That said, enforceability does not mean that the clauses that countries agree to respect are ambitious enough to ensure that trade between 2 or 3 partners continues to negatively impact climate change. So let me just give you a couple of examples of things that are not in CUSMA and make this deal, while in some ways, it brings some key important elements of progress, it does not allow for greater climate protection. And the first one is there is no binding climate standards within the text. Key democratic leaders, such as, for example, the head of the Senate for the Democrats, voted against this deal because he said that it did not address and mention the climate crisis. Current NAFTA 2.0, far from including binding climate standards, even mention climate change. And the glaring omission would leave intact NAFTA's incentive for corporations to dodge the hard-fought clean energy policies of U.S. states by moving to Mexico, for example, and eliminating jobs and perpetuating climate pollution. You mentioned marine protection, and that is great. As I said in my statement, the 3 countries partners for the CUSMA actually addressed subsidies for fisheries. But there is no mention, for example, on how fossil fuel subsidies are going to be tackled by countries and reduced in order to encourage and actually stop distortioning the markets on renewables. So on clean air, water, and land standards, the deal barely mentions pollution and fails to include specific and binding terms to actually address documented pollution dumping. For example, the text recognizes that air pollution is a serious threat to public health, and in that sense, you and I agree. However, it fails to include a single binding rule to reduce the air pollution that NAFTA has exacerbated. So that when from the 2018 version of the text to the 2019 revision, this revision actually repeats this failure and omits essential limits on air, water, or land pollution. These are just some examples to you.
Mr. Jacoby, you are a border town, and so do we in Surrey, British Columbia, and we have a lot of logistics companies as well. And I appreciate you supporting CUSMA. And could you tell logistic companies in my part of the world how this will benefit them when they do trade or move goods across the borders?
Thank you for the question. I'd be happy to. I think we have to look at the idea of the ratification of this NAFTA 2.0 as being greater than just our trade between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. I'm very proud of what this government and what past governments have done to create free trade agreements across the world. What we allow through our participation in the North American Free Trade Acts is access for our partners in other countries to develop their presence within our communities using logistics companies such as mine in my area and the logistic companies in your area as well, to be able to attract these other countries to develop partnerships for existing manufacturing, develop products that are synthesis of ideas and of work and components between multiple countries to become a product of Canada, which will then have greater access to the Canada, US, Mexico ability supply chain. That's how we direct ourselves.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jacoby. Mr. Dollywell, you're out of time. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Oui, alors merci à l'ensemble des présentateurs et des témoins aujourd'hui. Est-ce que M. Perez est là? Parce qu'on voit que ça a l'air, l'image a l'air gelée. C'était à lui que je voulais destiner mes questions, mais l'image a l'air complètement bloquée. Donc je ne sais pas si la
image seems blocked. I'm not sure if Mr. Perez is still with us. Thank you to our witnesses for being here, by the way. Yes, I'm still with you. Good. Hello, Mr. Perez, and thank you for your presentation, which was very informative. And I may be wrong here, correct me if I'm wrong, but if I were to summarize what you've said, you would say there've been a little progress on the environment compared to the prior NAFTA, but not at all what we would like given the nature of climate change today. That's exactly the case. By the way, I'm very sorry for the frozen image. No, that's not your fault. We know that you're beaming in from far away. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. To my mind, there are two basic points to make. The first, despite the slight progress, let's say, for example, the Investment Tribunal, the Trade Tribunal, and a few other spots where there is progress for the environment, the agreement considered as a whole is very far from helping Canada or even allowing Canada to respect its own climate undertakings. To me, to my mind, this is a great weakness of the current agreement. And the second point that I can touch on again is the total lack of guarantees that, for example, once the current president of the United States would no longer be in power, certain clauses, certain sections of the treaty won't be strengthened. So there's no current process available to review cooperation between the three parties. And no mention is made of the climate crisis. On this basis, I say that overall it's quite weak. So no mention made of the climate crisis, nor is there any reference to world environmental agreements, right? Well, there is a mention of 7 different multilateral environmental agreements, but these are the very same agreements that were mentioned in the prior agreement, so there hasn't been any updating on this score, especially given that Canada has moved really ahead on all of these multilateral environmental agreements and has entered into new agreements. And Canada is showing that it wishes to strengthen its agreements, but it certainly looks like this is not at all reflected in its most important agreement with such a large country. Now, you say there are no binding agreements or undertakings with regard to the environment. Are there any other standards set out for air quality or protecting the quality of the earth, for example? There is, yes, some mention made of these things. We see there's some wish to reduce air pollution, for example. And some clauses address the marine funding, marine sector support, but there are no specific clauses that are binding on the signatory states in matters of air pollution, nor is there a proportionality clause or any clause that addresses funding to the oil and gas sector. Now, in cases of where there's a dispute, you do seem to be applauding the fact that Chapter 11, the investor state chapter, has been eliminated and withdrawn. Yes, indeed, and that's good for a number of reasons. Chapter 11 led to a very deep transparency issue. You have studied it, so you are aware of this. That in dispute settlement approach allowed states to abuse governments. So this is a gain. Its elimination is a gain. I'm very happy about this. It's something we worked hard on with unions and many other groups. But it doesn't suffice. It's not enough. I know that an NDP MP has asked for and called for more transparency in this part of the agreement. We also need to settle other issues as to how states would be involved and how Canada would go about signing any bilateral agreements. Let's say the United States decides to pull certain mechanisms but continues to promote and use it in provincial negotiations with other partners. That would be a problem.
Well, thank you, first of all, to all of our witnesses for appearing here at committee today. I did just want to continue with Mr. Perez for a moment and just ask if I think you did allude to some examples. So I'm just wondering, like, what are some of the kinds of mechanisms that Canada might look at advocating for in trade agreements that might be able to deliver a concrete impact on the environment, in particular in some cases where, I mean, we know with the United States, they're not a signatory to the Paris Accord. That's something we would like to see in the agreement. But what are the kinds of mechanisms that we ought to be pitching to our international partners in order to try and tie environmental goals to economic goals, which I think is crucial to success on the environmental front?
Thank you, Mr. Blakey, for the question. So, yes, I think a lot of the context of the lack of climate provisions within CUSMA relates to the. We need to be aware of that. That said, there are ways for Canada to address this question at the domestic level. I know that members have been asking for economic impacts to CUSMA and how it impacts specific industries. The same applies to climate. And as I mentioned in the beginning of my comments, it might be important to specify how CUSMA actually ends up favoring or maybe not favoring climate-friendly goods. If CUSMA is able to encourage the exchange of goods that actually help reduce carbon emissions over time. And this is something that Canada could engage on at the domestic level. So that is just for the context of CUSMA. On internationally speaking, the inclusion of binding commitments into trade agreements is a first step for Canada and partners that sign trade agreements with Canada to respect their commitments under the Paris Agreement. Why is this necessary? Because all partners that sign the Paris Agreement do this at the domestic level. Actually, nationally determined contributions are domestic, decided and agreed on. So there's no issue of sovereignty of the kind of things that Canada could be wary of, because other countries might be pushing this to them, because Canada's climate commitments are actually domestically based. So including these binding commitments so that both Canada and the other partner respect their national determined contribution could be a first step.
Well, I mean, I'm being mindful of, the cost of paperwork and all of that, but I mean, I couldn't help but listen to one of our other witnesses who's here at committee talking about, products coming up from Texas being sold at a price that undercuts. But of course, the other cost to something like that is the environmental cost of shipping pipe from Texas instead of buying local. And it seems to me that when we talk about provisions about the environment, having some kind of, you know, carbon budgeting or a way of trying to account for that environmental cost, there are real issues about not having reciprocity on the pricing side. But it seems to me that there are also issues that we don't want to be incentivizing people, you know, getting products from further away when there's good local alternatives because there's environmental costs, and trying to work with countries to have some way of assessing that, at least for certain kinds of products or above a certain threshold, might be the kind of mechanism that we're talking about when we're talking about trying to incorporate environmental measures into a trade agreement. I don't know what you think about that, or if you have some other concrete proposals, but I'd be glad to hear them.
Yes, so that is what you mentioned is a first step. And you might remember that, for example, when Ontario wanted to prioritize its own renewable energy products, Ontario got sued. And so I think one key element that we need to understand is that if we don't address, you know, the way you explain it is very clear, but if we don't address this properly, as we continue to commit to climate targets and to reduce our emissions, we're going to be forced to buy goods that allow us to reduce those emissions. And if they are not properly addressed in trade agreements, we're actually already allowing for future disputes to take place because we don't have the necessary mechanisms to let these products come to the country, or, for example, as you say, encourage local renewable energy products. And so, you know, the current CUSMA, what it does is it continues to give corporations handouts and the ability, for example, to modify laws and regulation, and that could have an important impact on the evolution of renewable energy industry in Canada and the United States and in Mexico.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Perez. On to Mr. Cram.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses for joining us today to share your perspectives. And Mr. Tully, I'm particularly interested in your experiences in bidding on U.S. government contracts. Could you walk us through the process that your company goes through when you're bidding on a U.S. government contract as opposed to a Canadian one?
Typically, we get approached by a constructor or a large engineering firm asking us if we would provide a quotation into a particular job. I would say 99% of the jobs that we've been asked to quote in the U.S., at the end of the day, our bid wasn't taken simply because they couldn't verify whether they could accept the product or not, because of the uncertainty that's put out there by these policies that exist in the U.S. So it's a real struggle for us. Where we have been successful is when we've partnered with local U.S. producers and kind of subsidized what they were producing into a project. Other than that, we really have not been successful.
So which policies of the U.S. in particular are the most problematic for you?
Buy America, buy American.
Okay. And are you experiencing this at both the state level or just the federal government level?
Right down to the municipal level.
Okay.
Because when you go to the municipal level, a lot of times you end up dealing with people that believe that Buy America it has to be built in America, sourced in America. They don't really understand the fine mechanics of it, that it's the raw materials that are used within the product have to be sourced from the U.S., or the steel that's used within the product. So we could theoretically meet the requirements, but by the time everyone figures that out and you file all the necessary paperwork and you're sitting in a 3 to 4 week bid process, it's not going to happen.
All right. And so you talked about your idea of reciprocity with a domestic content preference. Were you planning that on both the federal and provincial level in Canada, or could you explain what you had in mind for how that would work?
A lot of what we've done in the past is we've been focusing on the FCM and trying to deal at that level and saying, you know, push for reciprocity like you did back a decade ago, where you were able to get around these policies and Canadian products were accepted. And we're not a massive exporter. We make concrete. Concrete's big and heavy. It's a tough thing to export. So, you know, our focus would be in the northeastern U.S. if we, you know, when we would sell stuff. We've gone as far south as Myrtle Beach. But when we talked about reciprocity, we just want to have the ability to go if we can. And right now we don't. And, you know, our market's being taken away from us in Canada by predatory pricing because it's open. So all we're asking, and I'm a strong believer in free trade. I've worked in 50 different countries in the world in my career, and I'm a strong believer in it. But if you want to put some caveats on what you're considering free trade, as the U.S. often does, then we should reciprocate. And as soon as you drop yours, ours are dropped. To me, it's a simple and effective way of ensuring that free trade is free trade. You know, I sat in front of Peel Regional Council back a number of years ago, and Hazel McCallion got up and she said, you know, there is no such thing as free trade. There never has been. And that happens a lot of times because of these little side agreements that pop up, and they affect different businesses in Canada. So if there's any way within the new Canada-US-Mexico agreement that some kind of understanding could be put in, that if you start putting these side agreements in, then we're going to reciprocate.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cran.
All right.
On to Ms. Spadayan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just quickly, so that the record is clear on this, and with the greatest respect I have for the witnesses that have come before the committee this afternoon, I would like to make sure that the record is clear on the point that an overwhelming majority of Democrats in the United States, 193 Democrats, voted in favor of this deal. Only 38 did not. My question is to Mr. Jacoby of Canada BW Logistics. Thank you very much for joining us today. If I understand correctly the nature of your business, you help local Canadian businesses expand their export operations. Is that right?
So one of the challenges we have being a border community is we relied heavily on interaction between Canada and the U.S. That was our idea of export, because it's fast, it's easy. We can literally see the other country across the river. In Niagara region. These past few years have had a lot of uncertainty for us to be able to ship goods or get contracts in the U.S. So what we've been helping is through the Canadian consulates around the world is finding other opportunities in other countries to export our products, those longer supply chains. We've relied too heavily on a specific path, and that we had to start developing these other chains so that if something goes wrong, we still have other opportunities. It's the diversification that is necessary. And further to, if this is ratified, is that diversification also allows us to develop partnerships to build bridges between the other trade agreements for us to have better access into the U.S. market with trade partnerships from our other pacts, such as CETA and the likes.
And approximately how many of your clients, how many Canadian businesses that you help export are exporting to the United States and Mexico, or Mexico?
Sure. Yeah. So our client base, that we have a little over 70 clients that we do direct work with here that actually have touch ground in Niagara itself. Of those, I would say roughly about 60% of those would go into the U.S. Into Mexico, we don't have very many that go that far down the pathway, but we do have our clients developing their pathways into Brazil, into Britain. We have, through the free trade agreement with Ukraine, we have that pathway developed, as well as China and other Asian countries that we're working with.
And you mentioned that you're located in the Niagara region. I saw that your location is about 1 hour away from 3 different border crossings with the United States. Was that location strategically chosen to be close to our largest trading partner?
Very much so. I was born and raised in Niagara, so I'm very lucky to have that option here. But within a 10-hour drive, it's basically a truck's drive away from Niagara, we have over 140 million people from the North American consumer market available to us. That's a significant portion. So not only does it help our local businesses develop those trade routes into the U.S., which we've relied on, it also allows us to build those partnerships and those manufacturing opportunities with international companies to grow our community here as well.
And you touched on an earlier question on the need for stability and certainty. Does the existence of a certain agreement like the one negotiated now, the CUSMA agreement, help businesses such as yours? And would you say that there was concern or anxiety around the situation in which we found ourselves when the United States indicated that it did not want to continue with NAFTA?
Very much so. Basically, businesses went into a holding pattern. We weren't sure what the climate was, how things are going to be moving forward. Are we going to, if it's going to be ripped up and not ratified, or are we going back to then basically the default of the World Trade Organization, which has lost a lot of its teeth in its ability to actually enforce any of its rules and regulations? So we had a lot of people sitting on their projects, sitting on their money. International companies, international investment was reduced because they never saw the advantage of actually investing into infrastructure, into manufacturing in our region, because they never knew if they would have access to the market that they were trying to attract to. So this uncertainty just puts us in that pattern. We need to know, we understand it's not going to be perfect for every sector. That's going to be a living document that's going to need to be ratified, need to be developed and evolved. But at least it gives us a pathway that gives us a firm base to help build those conversations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On to Mr. Carey.
I'll be splitting my time with Mr. Lewis. I just wanted to put something on the record as well. The parliamentary secretary continues to put on the record that it was the Democrats and the Republicans voted for this deal in the United States. And I say, of course they would. When the United States did their economic impact study, it was a net positive for the United States, $68 billion net improvement. Now, last time I checked, we're actually Canadian MPs, and our job is to analyze this agreement for Canada. And the witnesses, I don't know if you watched earlier, we just got the economic impact study today from the government. The C.D. Howe organization last week was quite clear that this deal, compared to the deal that we have, is actually a net negative of $10 billion US, which is $14 billion. And what we're trying to do on this side, Mr. Jacoby, I just want you to know that the deal will pass. It's going to pass this week and move into the Senate. So we are going to be moving this along. But unfortunately, we do have to do, well, I'm not saying unfortunately, fortunately, we are going to do our due diligence, and we are going to make sure that families and businesses that are negatively affected by the deal, at least we'll hold the government's feet to the fire in making sure the programs and supports are there. And as far as Mr. Tully's concerned, you are right. 10 years ago, Mr. Harper did negotiate an exemption for Buy American for Canadian companies, and unfortunately that was an opportunity in this agreement to do the same, and because of the weak leadership of our Prime Minister, he didn't do that. So I just want to make that clear, because I hear over and over that the Democrats and the Republicans supported this, and that's why we should. No, we're Canadian MPs. We're here to do the job of Canadians, to make sure Canadians' interests are looked after in this agreement. So,
Well
Mr. Lewis.
You're here. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Carey. I echo his words as well. To Mr. Perez, so again, this morning, we did get an economic analysis finally from the government this morning. The interesting thing was it was not actually compared to anything. So they didn't compare it to NAFTA. They didn't compare it to the low or the how. They didn't compare it to anything. My question for you, sir, and it might seem a bit odd here, but specific to climate change, and climate change the way it's written in CUSMA, because it wasn't compared to anything, we don't know if it's going to meet targets. We don't know what it's going to do. Where would you like to see that compared to? Would you like to see it compared to NAFTA? Any thoughts on that front?
Thank you very much for that question. So I think the first thing that I would like to say is that there is no climate reference in the current text. So at this current moment, we can't have any kind of analysis on how this trade deal impacts climate and Canada's objectives related to, for example, the Paris Agreement or other multilateral environmental agreements that are not mentioned in the revised text. So that is the first thing. There are many things in which we could compare to, not necessarily in relation to NAFTA, but Canada for the past 2 years have been traveling around the world, the Liberal government and Mr. Trudeau, to sign new trade deals that are called progressive trades, which includes some kind of provisions, for example, on the environment, labor rights, gender, indigenous rights, and so on. And if you do that kind of comparison between how Canada signs these trade deals, there is a great discrepancy between, what Canada negotiates with the United States and what it does with Mercosur and what it does with the EU, particularly when it comes to the investor-state dispute settlement mechanism. So, at this moment, I think what we're asking within Climate Action Network is for a domestic clause so that Canada, has an assessment on how CUSMA either helps, renewable energy companies invest in the U.S. if there are goods that come from the US to Canada or from Mexico to Canada that actually help Canada reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And when you start doing that kind of analysis, you already get information that, frankly, hasn't been there in the past. So, and the other element that I would bring to the table is that Canada has, within the Paris Agreement, developed a nationally determined contribution, which is just the Pan-Canadian Framework on Climate Change. And the way Canada, brings this Pan-Canadian Framework into force compares into how other countries, implement their climate targets. So there are many opportunities for Canada to explore and compare how the trade deals that it signs with the EU, with Mercosur, the US are actually impacting Canada's objective when it comes to climate targets.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that's time.
It is. I've always managed to give you a little bit extra time. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question goes to Executive Vice President, Mr. Tully. It's my understanding you provide engineering services as well, do you?
That's correct.
Isn't it that when we have free trade agreements, anyone we heard earlier, the architects came to witness here, they said that agreements like this, will help engineering companies to do better. And would you agree with that?
I probably would agree with that, but unfortunately, our engineering that we provide, we restrict to our own products. So we're not exporting engineering services. Our services are internal. We are a registered consulting engineering firm, but we limit it to our own products.
Good to hear. When it comes, like Mr. Kerry, when Colin was saying that we should be helping companies, and like yourself, when we talk about our government put $125 billion of funding into the infrastructure, and how does that help companies like yourself?
Well, the funding is fantastic. I'm going to say a protectionist kind of statement now. It's Canadian tax dollars that are paying for Canadian infrastructure. It would be nice to see Canadian companies have a fair shake at obtaining that work. And when Canadian companies are kind of handcuffed to go to other countries, and those countries are allowed to come in and take that infrastructure dollars, which I'm happy to say that I commit or participate in supplying money and funds to through my taxes that I pay, I get a little upset. I like to see, I'm very happy that the government puts all that money into infrastructure funding. I'd like them to protect the Canadian businesses to ensure that they get their fair shake at it.
And you said you employ 500 people directly and 300 indirectly.
3,000.
3,000 indirectly. Out of those 500, if once this CUSMA is ratified, you think your company will face layoffs, or you think you will be able to survive?
My issues really with the free trade agreement are the side things that happen. Free trade, if it was pure free trade, we would probably benefit. We would benefit if you could say the doors are open to the U.S. participation, but the U.S. is wide open to Canadian participation. If that was truly the case, then we would probably benefit because we have a state-of-the-art facility. We consider ourselves one of the best producers in the world, and we think we can be cost competitive and certainly competitive in our marketplaces. However, as I said, we don't have that even playing ground right now. And if there's any way that the federal government can ensure that we have that even playing ground, then that's going to be a benefit to all Canadian companies. So free trade, if it's true free trade, fantastic. If there's allowances within an agreement to have these sub-agreements like we've seen happen in the past, then that's not really free trade. And we get handcuffed by that.
Okay. My question goes to the logistics, Mr. Jacoby. You were talking when your time was up, when I asked you the question, the companies that can take the benefit. Is there anything that you think you would have talked that couldn't say?
Sure, certainly. I think the main thing is to look outside. We have great opportunities through our consulates around the world to be able to make connections with entrepreneurs and people that see Canada as a positive place to land. And that's not just land their goods in to sell in the market, but actually to make this a second home or a second factory. What my company and how we've been growing is the ability to show these companies that Niagara is a very positive place to do business, to raise a family, and to have a successful manufacturing center for them to access a very large consumer market. We're very lucky in Niagara that we are a trade surplus. We export more than we import into our region. We're a pathway for many of those spaces. There's value to that. And I would say that there's value to many of our poor communities for them to look at these other countries and to develop those relationships, to build their community, to bring in new resources, new pathways to help further the other companies around them.
Thank you very much, sir. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
So to continue with Mr. Perez on the environment topic then, as we are aware and as we have been reminded recently, the United States are not signatories of the Paris Agreement. You say that environmental treaties mentioned in the environmental chapter are agreements that go back to the prior agreement, NAFTA. Would you say, nevertheless, because of course we need to think this through in this standing committee, given that we will eventually be looking at future agreements. So when we do sign agreements with countries that are signatories to the Paris climate agreement, should it be mentioned explicitly in our new agreement that all the provisions are binding on the Paris Agreement as per the Paris Agreement? Yes. That's exactly what's needed. Thank you. I think that that should be pushed even a little further. Go ahead, please explain. As I said in my opening statement, we need to think this through, much as we do when we sign free trade agreements. All clauses that aren't respected can force renegotiation of that agreement. So that aspect has to be added when it comes to how signatories to free trade agreements are held to their climate undertakings linked to the climate agreement, the Paris one. So yes to your first idea, but I would see even how we could tighten that up and make them more binding, making the agreement suspendable and retractable if these clauses aren't respected. So let me be sure I understand that correctly. So if we had a trade situation between two signatories and that trade situation did not respect climate agreements, then we would suspend trade? Well, here's a very good example. The European Union has already heard a proposal from a great number of their member states to suspend a free trade agreement with a third party should that third party not respect its obligations. In fact, the entire free trade agreement can be suspended, not merely the aspects touching on the environment, but the agreement in its entirety can be suspended when that other party would not respect its requirements when it comes to the undertakings under the Paris Accord. I think that the suspension would be a, last resort measure. But between the choice you suggested at the outset and the matter of suspending, there would be many other alternatives, of course, that could be used in order to ensure that the signatories do indeed not only agree to respect their undertakings, but actually do, and also contribute to setting more objective targets. And
my apologies. On to Mr. Blakey.
Thank you very much. Mr. Tully, I guess I just wanted to engage you a little bit more on the subject of reciprocity. I mean, I think that's maybe more of a comfortable notion for New Democrats. In a lot of cases, we've tended to be critical of free trade, but we've heard, I don't think that your story is unique in that, we've heard from cattle producers, for instance, under CETA, who thought that they were going to have unfettered market access. And indeed, dairy farmers were asked to make sacrifices in order to open that market access. Now we find out that that there's objections to some of the sanitizing practices here in North America going over to Europe, so they don't actually get that market access. I mean, do you think it's fair to say that governments of different stripes have been overly enthusiastic about the idea of free trade and have let that sometimes blind them to the realities of what our trading partners are doing?
Well, I think what's, from my perspective anyway, from what's happened in the past is the free trade agreements that have been struck between different countries have always left openings, and those openings are taken advantage of time and time again, to, as you say, the dairy farmers to hit different sectors with, with the little clause that makes it difficult for them to truly have free trade.
It seems to me, I mean, and maybe I'm wrong about this, but I mean, Canada seems unique in terms of offering pretty much unfettered market access under the auspices of a trade agreement, and not really responding when trading partners don't provide that same access. So domestically, we're told as a political argument, oh, well, these sacrifices are justified because we're getting equal market access. And then in fact, we hear I mean, are there a lot of people in the United States saying we can't get access to the Canadian market? Those tricky Canadians are blocking us out, or likewise with Europe? Like, I'm interested to know who your counterparts are across international borders who would be feeling the same way about Canada as Canadian businesses are feeling about some of our trading partners.
I don't think I agree with your first statement where you say that we as Canadians tend to be too nice and sort of open our doors and everything can come in. I'm the chairman of the American Concrete Pressure Pipe Association. I'm also the chairman of the Canadian Concrete Pipe and Precast Association. So in the American Concrete Pressure Pipe Association, I'll give you a little bit of feedback that I get from my counterparts who are presidents or senior vice presidents of our competitors from the U.S. They laugh at us. They know they can come here openly, and they know we don't have a hope in hell of coming down there. So that's my struggle.
Canada needs to get a little more hard-nosed.
You hear my frustration a little bit because of that. Mm-hmm. And I've talked myself hoarse at the municipal level, and I've gone in front of numerous councils and said, just give us fairness. That's all we're asking for. We're not asking to be protectionist. We're asking you to react quickly when things are put in place that restrict our trade. Just be equal. That's it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's completed that round. Are there any other questions? Mr. Fast?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask a few questions. First of all, clarification for the record. Mr. Dollywall had suggested that there was about $125 billion worth of infrastructure investment that had gone into our economy. In fact, the most recent report from the PBO, Parliamentary Budget Officer, says there's less than $14 billion worth. This is a 2018 report. Only $14 billion worth of infrastructure investment had actually gone into our economy. Quite frankly, I don't think that figure is that much higher since then. We would have seen a much more significant economic boost. A question to Mr. Tully. Thank you for appearing. The North American Free Trade Agreement could have addressed Buy America provisions. This has been an ongoing problem and friction between our two countries. The U.S. imposing restrictions on the opportunity for Canadian companies to participate in large infrastructure projects, but we as Canadians don't reciprocate with those kinds of restrictions on American companies doing business up here. The North American Free Trade Agreement was the perfect opportunity now to fix this problem. Are you disappointed that the agreement didn't address that issue?
Absolutely. That like I said, these windows of opportunity to come in and make little side agreements or agreements that affect it. Now, Buy America goes back decades, but to not address that and say that Mexico and Canada are exempt from any of these clauses, that to me seems maybe I'm naive, but when I originally got into this business and got involved at that, I thought, oh, free trade, everything's open. And then you start seeing these little side agreements that are out there, and you go, well, maybe not quite so free. And that's what that's a huge struggle. And if it could have been agreed, or if it was simple to do that, it would be fantastic.
When the Prime Minister spread his arms wide open and said, Donald Trump, I'd be glad to renegotiate NAFTA, I took him at his word when he said he was going to bring back a better deal than we had before. Sadly, the economic impact statement that was just released doesn't actually compare what Canada will be getting under the new agreement versus what we had under the current NAFTA. It says it's the difference between what Canada would get under the new agreement and what we would have if there was no NAFTA at all, which is not the standard that was set when the TPP was negotiated. It's not the standard set for economic impact assessments when the CPTPP was negotiated. In fact, in my time as trade minister, I don't believe we ever used that as the benchmark. We always compared the new agreement to what it was like before that agreement was signed. So it's very disappointing to me that in this agreement that was supposed to be a win-win-win, and those are the Prime Minister's words, that we have an agreement that by any measure is actually less favorable to Canada. And when you hear the American officials talk about it, they say, oh yeah, we finally got a much better deal out of this, implying, of course, that Canada is the loser. And we lost an opportunity to address the Buy America provisions that continued to plague our bilateral relationship. Question to Mr. Jacoby. Thank you for being so patient waiting for this.
Question.
But you had talked about the value of NAFTA as being the platform, a global platform for Canada to access global markets, especially in light of CETA, especially in light of the CPTPP. If you could just expand on that a little bit more.
Sure. Maybe I'll start off with an example. We have an American company that moved up here beginning of 2019. They were a fabric. They made a proprietary fabric that was antimicrobial, anti-inflammatory, so it doesn't burn very easily. They had developed these threads and were doing it in the U.S. They were a U.S. company, but most of it was going to Europe. Because of some of the challenges with trade between the U.S. and Europe, they found that a lot of their contracts were being stalled or stopped. So they found out that they could produce in Montreal and move up to Canada and allow us through CETA to have better access to that market again. This is what we're seeing. It's a challenge. I wish we had more in NAFTA. I do agree with that. And I am proud of what past governments have done. I'm also proud of what they try to do with this here as well, because I think we're in an undocumented time with regards to how the U.S. is negotiating based on their president.
Mr. Jacoby, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you. I'm sorry. On to Mr. Sheehan.
Well, thank you very much. And I think this is it's a great discussion. We've been talking about American politics, Canadian politics, comparatives. Myself, I'm 23 years in politics, a majority of that at the municipal level. So I understand when Mr. Tolley's talking about bidding contracts and municipal sort of processes, or my friend from Niagara and whatnot. And one of the things that's important to clarify is that a lot of the difference between the American and Canadian systems is that when you talk about a buy local program, let's call it a buy local program, Buy America, versus a Buy Canada, that the vast majority of infrastructure programs are actually under the purview of the provincial or territorial governments in which they exist. Because in our federated system, I also studied political science in Michigan at university, so it's quite different. So our federal government, through our historic infrastructure funding program, transfers said dollars to the province and the territories, which then go into an agreement with the municipality, et cetera, and it is implemented locally. So, and the reason why I know this too as well is because, you know, I come from Sault Ste. Marie, where we make a whole bunch of steel. And I'm always very interested to see the maximum amount of steel in infrastructure program. And in fact, I had a private member's motion I put forward on the floor to do such. And in doing such, learned a whole bunch more. That in fact, that vast majority of infrastructure program are actually under provincial or a territorial jurisdiction, vis-a-vis that we need to work closely with our Ontario counterparts or Alberta counterparts or Northwest Territory counterparts to enact those provisions to see those local benefits. So you would actually need to see a Buy Ontario campaign vis-a-vis for Ontario infrastructure programming. I know the previous Liberal government had put forward such a program, but it was undone by this current Ford government. So that is one of the issues that are at hand here. This is an important discussion to have, but this is a big difference between our governments. Sure, there are still federal programming, and including around defense. And in fact, Algoma Steel was just successful in garnering a federal contract, if you will, a Buy Canada program, because around things related to security, certain provisions can be instructed by the minister to said businesses involved in the contract process they can't influence and say, oh, Algoma Steel, you get it, or Stelco, you get it, or this engineering firm gets it, but they could say special provisions under security, national security advice, will be garnered towards a Canadian company. So Algoma Steel was successful. Definition of a luck is when planning meets opportunity. I remember hearing that once. But they were successful in garnering the Royal Shipbuilding Program for the current program. And that's going to mean jobs. That's going to mean a whole bunch of engineers. Canadian engineers in Sault Ste. Marie are hard at work figuring out the... pardon me?
You're from British Columbia?
British Columbia, yeah, they could bid on it too. But that's what I need to think that we need to underline and highlight. But if we go forward, I think, we don't want to leave this on the table, but I think that and I'm going to present a question to Mr. Tolley, that perhaps we could also put forward a recommendation through to our analysts and to our clerk to suggest that, this committee recommend that provinces and territories instruct to have a Buy Ontario, a Buy Alberta program with these historic infrastructure funding that we're announcing. Do you think that would be a worthwhile recommendation, Mr. Tully?
Absolutely. That falls in line. I'm going to answer two different things. Part, you talked about a lot of the funding comes out of the provinces and the territories. The Buy America ties back to federal funding that whether it flows through a state or through a municipal level. So they put that overriding thing. So that would be the Buy Canadian option. But you're absolutely right. There's also funding that comes out of Ontario or it comes at a municipal level on certain projects. And that's why we've spent so much time, and I've spent so much time over the last few years with the FCM and at the municipal level, canvassing them to do that. But, to Daniel's point earlier that, as Canadians, we're too nice. We are. We are too nice. And we roll over and we say, yeah, but we've got a free trade agreement and we shouldn't do anything about it. That's why my big push was reciprocity. Don't do it unless they're doing it to you. I agree with that.
Okay.
But do it if they're not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheen, Mr. Tully, and the others. Thank you all. It was very informative. We appreciate you taking the time and effort to share your thoughts with us today. We will suspend for a few minutes while the other panel comes to the table. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
the meeting to order. Pursuant to the order of reference of Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, United States of America, and the United Mexican States. Thank you to the witnesses for coming today. By video conference, we have Brian McGuire, President and Chief Executive Officer of Associated Equipment Distributor, by video conference from Illinois. And by video conference from Toronto, we have Greg Johnson, President of the Songwriters Association of Canada. And here with us at the committee is Neil Craig Associates, Gary Neal, Cultural Policy Consultant, and from the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Angela McEwen, Senior Economist, National Services. So we'll start with Mr. McGuire by video conference. The floor is yours, sir. Please go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and fellow panelists. I'm honored to bring remarks on behalf of Associated Equipment Distributors, or AED, to the committee this evening. Madam Chair, I also want to publicly recognize your work on construction and infrastructure policy issues over many years, and of course, for taking the time to address our association's membership during their visit to Ottawa during the last Parliament. Your leadership is very appreciated by our members on both sides of the border. AED is the International Trade Association representing companies that sell, rent, service, and manufacture equipment used in construction, mining, forestry, power generation, agriculture, and industrial applications. Products essential to building and maintaining critical infrastructure, including roads, bridges, pipes, and waterways. Additionally, we provide equipment vital to natural resources and agricultural sectors across Canada. Our member companies operate and have locations in Canada, the United States, and Mexico. In Canada, our members have more than 420 locations that employ 27,000 hardworking men and women in rewarding careers. In North America, every year, these predominantly small, medium-sized family-owned businesses generate over $60 billion of revenue. While based in the United States, AED is truly an international trade association. In fact, in 2021, AED's board chair will be an executive from a Canadian-based company. AED has been a leading advocate for modernizing trilateral North American trade agreement, both in Canada and the United States. As a pro-free trade organization, we made the Accord's ratification a top policy priority in Washington. AED worked closely with congressional leaders in a bipartisan manner, and I was honored to be present last month at the White House when the President signed the agreement into law. I'd like to congratulate all parties for their efforts to deliver a trilateral trade agreement that will continue to align Canada, U.S., and Mexican interests. However, it's now time for Canada to join its partners in the United States and Mexico and complete ratification of Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement by swiftly approving and enabling legislation in the House of Commons and ultimately the Senate of Canada to provide much-needed trade certainty for the Canadian equipment sector. The Canadian equipment sector, which relies on cross-border trade between the United States and Mexico, is particularly susceptible to economic uncertainty as essential goods and commerce flow across the southern Canadian border every day, making quick approval vital to our industry's prosperity. Efficient delivery of heavy equipment, machinery, parts, and services helps keep costs low for our customers, the farmers, the road builders, the contractors, and provincial and local governments across the country. Rising costs results in less capital to invest in businesses, employees, and job creation. Delays in product delivery create inefficiencies that postpone major infrastructure projects that benefit Canadian citizens and commerce. CUSMA ratification is a win for all Canadians, and its prompt ratification is essential to the prosperity of the equipment sector. AED believes that CUSMA strikes the right balance between protecting Canada's interest and ensuring the free flow of commerce and goods in North America. We've advocated for a quick resolution of these negotiations both in Ottawa and in Washington, D.C., and promoted the benefits of reaching a deal quickly in both countries to deliver business confidence, which is a key driver of new investment in the construction, energy, and agriculture sectors. We have made every effort to ensure both Canada and the U.S. are aware of the difficulties that would come from a bad deal or a long and drawn-out process. I'm appearing before you today to appeal to your sense of urgency and underscore the point that we need a resolution quickly. Mexico and the United States have ratified this agreement and are ready to proceed, and AED is calling on parliamentarians to ratify the agreement promptly. If amendments are suggested, the deal will have to be reopened. Businesses operating in natural resources, construction, and agricultural sectors will be facing delays. Stakeholders from across industries have been broadly supportive of concessions made in Canada and the U.S. to arrive at this agreement. It is time to move forward. In closing, I wish to commend the efforts of the Canada's negotiating team for their approach to working with counterparts in the United States and Mexico. I wish to express thanks to members of this committee from all parties who are working to ensure that the agreement receives a comprehensive hearing while also taking measures to ensure it can come into force quickly. By modernizing and strengthening the trade ties between the three countries, CUSMA will help restore predictability and trade certainty to North American equipment markets, creating an environment for greater investment, well-paying jobs, and sustained growth. I thank the committee for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. McGuire. On to Mr. Johnson from the Songwriters Association of Canada. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members. Apologies for not appearing in person today, but Mother Nature obviously had different plans for us. It is a privilege to speak with you this afternoon, and as always, I congratulate the committee for allowing and welcoming input from creators directly. I would like to focus my remarks today specifically on copyright term extension and the benefits that immediate and unencumbered ratification would have for the creative community. It is important to note that term extension is widely supported by the creative community in both French and English Canada, North America through the Music Creators North America, globally by CM, the International Council of Music Creators, based in Paris, France, which represents some 500,000 professional music creators globally. Beyond the creator community, ratification is supported by the Canadian collectives, SOCAN and CMRRA, and also our publishing partners, Music Publishing Canada in English Canada and APEM in Quebec. This is significant in and of itself. I urge the committee to recognize this unanimity throughout the remainder of its deliberations. The importance of copyright. Copyright is not an abstraction for us. It is not merely the work product of policy experts or the musings of law professors. It is also not a mechanism to punish consumers. Copyright is quite simply our currency, our lifeblood, our ability to feed our families and to pay our taxes. It is our survival, the reality. If I may be direct, Canadian creators are under threat. Digital disruption, safe harbors, and overreaching exemptions have all contributed to an environment that can only be described as precarious. In an increasingly global marketplace, the dominance of American-owned streaming companies further exacerbate the problem due to lack of Canadian discoverability and the absence of investment towards the creation of domestic content. The government's recent Yale report, in addition to the EU Copyright Directive, all provide solutions critical to creator sustainability and a much needed return to a more balanced digital marketplace, one that is sustainable for creators in Canada and globally. Why term extension? Term extension is only one of many problems creators face, but is one of vital importance. Over 60 nations, including France and the EU, the US, Australia, and the UK, have adopted the Life Plus 70 model. Harmonization with our trading partners eliminates market confusion, promotes international investment, and provides critical leadership on the importance of IP protection. Many creators struggle to achieve long-term financial stability. An RRSP and many other financial mechanisms are simply not possible for some members of our community. Term extension increases the worth of our copyrights, as the valuation is often calculated on the amount of time a catalog may be monetized into the future, therefore increasing our ability to leave meaningful financial legacies to our heirs. One can simply look at the tragic and premature death of Stan Rogers, who left behind a widow in her 20s and a small child to grasp the very human and moral implications term extension means for our music community. Our publishing partners. For many Canadian creators, music publishers provide important partnerships and sources of career investment. Term extension increases the window of monetization for publishers. This long-term financial predictability for our partners will provide critical support to invest in the careers of creators. This committee has heard arguments that term extension is only to the benefit of publishers. This is a serious distortion. It is critical to remember that every dollar a publisher makes is directly tied to a creator's work. We are also beneficiaries. In most cases, we music creators receive from 50 to 70% of the revenue generated from the uses of our works. Independent, self-published Canadian music creators will often receive 100% of revenues. To omit the creator's involvement from the equation dehumanizes the process, excludes us from the discussion, and minimizes our already undervalued involvement in the value chain. The burdens of registration. Through our collection societies, our works are already registered accurately and robustly. Add another level of bureaucracy is not only inefficient and wasteful, but also onerous and prohibitive to our heirs and publishing partners. Extra layers of registration can only lead to confusion, redundancy, and potential abuse. In conclusion, progressive IP protection is a cornerstone to innovation and creativity. Healthy and fair copyright law promotes stable, sustainable, and democratic ecosystems for creators. Currently, Canadian creators are better treated in many other territories than here in our own. Countries that have adopted the Life Plus 70 standard enable dynamic cultural communities that benefit consumers and creators alike, without the dire and hyperbolic negative consequences some would mistakenly predict. I urge this committee to recognize the economic, cultural, and moral benefits that unencumbered ratification would bring to the community, and to the countless many that enjoy and are inspired by our works. I'd like to thank Madam Chair and the honorable members again for the opportunity to speak directly to creator concerns, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. On to Angela McEwen, Senior Economist, National Services. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you very much. Thanks for inviting me here to speak on behalf of the Canadian Union of Public Employees, or CUPE. CUPE is the largest union in Canada. We represent over 700,000 workers across the country in about 2,000 different local unions, working in diverse sectors for both public and private sector employers. CUPE welcomes improvements to the updated NAFTA, but we believe that some flaws remain, creating barriers to effective climate action, for example, with regard to protection of public services. And one that we don't think there's enough information about is in terms of the language on regulatory cooperation. In our view, the agreement falls short of a progressive deal. Instead, could be better thought of as moderate improvements on an outdated and ineffective model of trade and investment treaties. We do applaud the changes to the intellectual property chapter that House Democrats in the United States were able to negotiate in December. That will avoid projected cost increases to medicines. Under the initial text, we would have been required to extend data protection periods on biologic medicines from the current 8 years to 10 years. So those longer data periods extend the time that it takes for cheaper generic versions of biologics to be available. And so that will be helpful when we introduce a universal national pharmacare program that will make it more affordable to do that, actually. The IP chapter also allows for domestic regulation of evergreening now, which was a practice where drug companies make small and medically inconsequential changes to medicines in order to obtain a new patent. So the previous version had not allowed regulations to prevent that. Now we are able to regulate against that. And that practice inflates drug prices at no benefit to patients. So we're really glad to see those particular changes as we think that a national pharmacare program is really important. Labor rights have been strengthened through the new rapid response mechanism between Canada and Mexico. As you know, if a specific workplace is suspected of violating freedom of association or collective bargaining rights, which are constitutional labor rights in Canada, an independent panel of labor experts can investigate. One gap in this mechanism is that it's restricted to what work is covered. The facilities that are covered don't include agriculture, forestry, fisheries, which is where a lot of labor rights violations involving migrant workers would occur. So this rapid response mechanism basically leaves out migrant workers, even though migrant workers' rights are in the full chapter on labor rights. We're encouraged that the burden of proof for labor and environmental violations has shifted. All violations are now assumed to impact trade and investment unless proven otherwise. What had been shown in the United States history is that including that little clause that you had to prove it was connected to trade violations was that it made it virtually impossible ever to meet that burden of proof. So removing that actually gives the potential for the labor chapter to be enforceable. We'll have to see how that plays out, but that's definitely encouraging. It's a significant improvement over the original NAFTA labor side deal. It includes clear language that commits each country to implement policies that protect workers against wage and employment discrimination on the basis of sex, including with regard to pregnancy, sexual harassment, sexual orientation, gender identity, and caregiving responsibilities, which is really important. This mainstreams a gender lens into the labor chapter. We're encouraged that the environmental chapter now recognizes the obligations that nations may have from some international environment treaties. We think that what often tends to happen is that we sign these international treaties, but we actually can't be held to them. They're not as binding as the trade treaty, and so the trade treaty always trumps the environmental treaty. But if we can include references in our trade treaties to the importance of these environmental treaties that we've signed onto or labor treaties that we've signed onto, then that kind of helps balance the playing field. It's problematic that the Paris Climate Agreement is not one of the recognized treaties. So that does mean that NAFTA still ignores the threat of climate change and limits government response to deal with the crisis. We know that Canada has to act quickly to respond to the climate crisis, and transitioning the economy in a fair and rapid manner will require expanded public services, increased public ownership, and revitalize not-for-profit sectors. There would also be benefits to much stronger role in government regulating the economy and providing direction through green industrial strategies, for example, like Ontario tried to do and was not able to because of trade deals, restrictions in procurement. So we think that definitely for a new generation of trade where we need to transition quickly, we need to look at how trade agreements are putting barriers into place for us to be able to do that. The regulatory cooperation chapter locks in Canada's current approach to regulating. It gives multinational industrial interests several entry points into Canada's regulatory system. And one of the key issues is the focus regulating based on scientific evidence, which sounds like it's good, but it limits your ability to use the precautionary principle, which is what Europe uses in order to regulate in terms of health and safety. And so if you can make a case for why something could possibly cause harm, you can't regulate it until you've let it out into the marketplace and it has caused harm. So we think that's problematic. And we think that overall our view towards trade and investment should be viewed as a means to enhance our financial and our social well-being, not as an end in its own right. We think that proposals for a progressive trade agenda as we're going forward should be judged against principles such as human rights in the broadest sense, including social, cultural, environmental human rights, and that people's rights and the environment rights should have primacy over corporate and investor rights. and that there need to be legally binding obligations on transnational corporations. These treaties should not just be about the rights of transnational corporations, they should also enforce the responsibilities. Democratic governments need to maintain their policy space to pursue and prioritize acting in the public interest. We're often told that we're able to, but we come up again and again against governments that say we cannot do this because we've signed this trade deal, and so we're restricted. So when that is the case, there's a conflict there. And a climate-friendly approach should be adopted whenever pursuing trade and investment. That's absolutely unquestionable from this point forward. We're also disappointed that there will not be a full and transparent public process of consultations prior to the federal government ratifying the deal. We recommend that in the future, the committee's deliberations should be informed by an independent analysis of the deal's impact on our economy. It should look at the critiques of the current CGE model for the economic assessment, and it should look at, as was pointed out in the previous section of the panel, what are you comparing it to? Are you comparing it to no NAFTA or what we had before? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. McEwen. Can I now hear from Mr. Neal from Neal Craig Associates?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, honourable members of the committee. This is at least the fourth time I've had the pleasure of appearing before this committee, following appearances in April 1999, December 2002, and May 2018. I think I appeared a couple of other times earlier in the 1990s, but I can't find a record. Each time, I've been here to talk about the cultural exemption, l'exception culturelle, to discuss why it is essential to preserve Canada's sovereignty to implement the public policies we need to support Canadian artists, film, television, and record producers, publishers of books and magazines, musicians, actors, visual artists, and others who are so vital to nation building. I want to note that each political party who's with us today has played an important role in ensuring our cultural policies are more or less exempt from the provisions of our international trade obligations. The original exemption in the Canada-US Free Trade Agreement was negotiated by Brian Mulroney's Conservative government, and I served on the Arts and Culture SAGIT when John Crosbie was Trade Minister and FTA became NAFTA. Successive Liberal governments have continued the exemption and supported Canada's lead role in negotiating the 2005 UNESCO Convention on the Protection and the Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. Quebec played a critical role in negotiating the UNESCO Convention, and the Bloc Québécois has been an outspoken advocate of l'exception culturelle. The NDP has been a strong supporter of Canadian arts and culture and the cultural exemption. I also want to note that in the room today is the Honourable Ed Fast, and when he was Trade Minister, the Canada-South Korea Free Trade Agreement was negotiated, and that has the cultural exemption in it. I wanted to leave the committee with three key messages today. One, the committee should endorse the earliest possible ratification of CUSMA. CUSMA's cultural exemption is far stronger than the original NAFTA, and given the weakness of the cultural provisions of the CPTPP, it's critical for Canada to have an exemption in its most contemporary trade agreement. Two, but please understand the limitations of CUSMA's cultural exemption. It's not perfect. It has an antiquated and problematic definition. It comes with obligations to change policies, and it has other limitations. And three, this committee needs to address the link between CUSMA and other trade agreements, particularly as we continue to deal with our powerful southern neighbor on cultural matters. So why is it important to ratify CUSMA? Well, it surprises many people. The reality is there is no cultural exemption in the original NAFTA. Instead, it incorporates the cultural provisions of the Canada-US FTA by reference. Since CUFTA was a bottom-up agreement, its scope was narrow. NAFTA is a top-down agreement, meaning it covers every economic sector, including those that develop in the future. Arguably, the cultural exemption then related only to the limited number of economic sectors in CUFTA, putting at risk more contemporary policies related, for example, to online on-demand services like Netflix. This significant problem is solved in CUSMA, and I congratulate Steve Rahul and his team for understanding this, because the cultural exemption is direct and comprehensive. Measures adopted or maintained by Canada with respect to a cultural industry are exempt. This includes the chapter on digital trade. So while it's important to ratify CUSMA, please do so fully understanding the limitations of its cultural exemption. In all of our important trade agreements concluded since 1987, we've done the same thing. In theory, we have a cultural exemption. In practice, we trade away some cultural policies and limit our capacity to implement new ones. This is the case with CUSMA. The definition of cultural industries is unchanged from the original NAFTA. This is a 1987 definition that doesn't cover visual arts, performing arts, and crafts. Most of you around the table are too young to even know what the antiquated term machine-readable form is, but you'll find it in the definition. And such a definition is unlikely to sustain policies and programs Canadians will need for a medium future artists will use to create their works. The notwithstanding clause is continued. This is a clause authorizing retaliation of equivalent commercial effect against any measure supporting the cultural industries which Canada should implement in future. There's a new dispute settlement provision. While it's good that Canada could now challenge a retaliatory measure, the powers of the arbitrator include determining if Canada's measure properly falls under the cultural exemption in the first place. There is incredibly convoluted and obtuse language in Article 32.6.3 that would seem to permit the U.S. to retaliate against Canadian cultural industry firms in a greater amount than the standard of equivalent commercial effect. CUSMA contains a number of specific broadcasting policy changes. These include a requirement to overturn the CRTC's Super Bowl simultaneous substitution decision. I'd love for somebody to ask me about that because I could tell you the secret story of the SimSub ruling. This is a good thing, by the way. It includes expansion of the rights of U.S. border stations under our retransmission rules, and it guarantees U.S. home shopping services will be carried by Canadian cable, satellite, and Internet Protocol television distributors. CUSMA also requires Canada to make changes to the Copyright Act, as you've already heard. Some of these are very positive, like my colleague Greg Johnson has pointed out about the increase in the term of copyright protection. But some of them are a little bit more problematic. For example, while the changes respecting technological protection measures and rights management information are minor, the detailed rules concerning civil and criminal remedies for tampering with digital locks and watermarks is likely to put pressure on Canada's system to implement stronger penalties. The agreement also allows us to maintain our notice and notice system of liability when an internet service provider is advised of a copyright infringement. But it establishes the U.S. notice and takedown system as the standard, and I think this too will limit Canada's ability to evolve its own laws. Finally, and I'd urge my colleague Greg to take a look at this one, there's a new provision in the agreement that requires a national treatment obligation for all copyright measures. And this will overturn our existing ability to distribute royalties only to Canadians unless there is a reciprocal right in the partner country. And this will erode payments to Canadian artists, although not a huge amount of money, but it will erode some payments. So given all of these issues and challenges with CUSMA, why am I still recommending urgent ratification? The answer, quite simply, is CPTPP. Put bluntly, that agreement is by far the worst trade deal for culture that Canada has ever negotiated. CPTPP, of course, started life as the Trans-Pacific Partnership, and most TPP terms are included into CPTPP by reference. TPP's treatment of culture is atrocious. There is no cultural exemption, and the preamble provision recognizing the importance of cultural diversity is simply factually incorrect when it says, and I quote, that trade and investment can expand opportunities to enrich cultural identity and diversity at home and abroad. I tell you that left unregulated, trade and cross-border investment bring cultural homogenization and not cultural diversity. Canada tried weakly to protect cultural policy making space by taking a reservation against commitments in a number of TPP chapters. But it's critical to understand that a reservation is not an exemption. It's one way, it's not mutual. And in international trade law, it's subject to the principles of standstill and rollback. If you change a policy reserved in an agreement, you cannot make it stronger, only weaker. And it is assumed by all parties the reservation will eventually be eliminated.
Could you please close your comments up,
Okay.
Mr. Neal?
The reason I'm raising CPTPP as an important issue here is because it's related to CUSMA. We all know it's inevitable the United States will seek to rejoin CPTPP. And there is another principle in international trade law that Canada must enforce against what will be tremendous pressure from our allies. It says that the latest agreement reached by two parties on any particular topic prevails when there are contradictory rules, because that is their most contemporary understanding of the relevant issues.
Mr.
With
Neal,
respect to
Mr.
Canadian
Neal,
cultural,
I have to cut you off.
one
Just
sentence.
One sentence. Go right ahead.
With respect to Canadian culture, that would be the CPTPP if we fail to ratify CUSMA. If we move expeditiously to ratify CUSMA, the far stronger cultural provisions of CUSMA would prevail. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. I'm sure there will be lots of questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I'd like to start today with Mr. McGuire. First of all, I want to thank you, sir, for all your work and support in making sure that there is an agreement. We in this committee got to travel down to the United States a few times, and it was really nice to see the support in the American business community to make sure that we did get a deal done. But with that, you made a couple of comments. I just want to kind of correct the record a little bit, that there may be a delay in passing this. And there was a bit of a whisper campaign in Washington saying the Conservatives were trying to slow this down. And I just want, if you're talking to any of your friends down there, just so you know, Conservatives moved this through the House in 6 sitting days. Now that's compared to 16 for the original implementation legislation, which was our Bill C-100. Conservatives offered to do a pre-study back in the spring, but the Liberal government declined before the election to do that. We also offered to come in early in December, and the Liberal government declined that as well. So I just want that to be clear that this will eventually pass, but it's not because of anybody on this side of the table slowing things down. I did want your comment on the Buy American clause, because previously the former Prime Minister, Mr. Harper, was able to get a Canadian exemption to that. Now, my understanding with this agreement, Mexico has an exemption and Canada doesn't. What are your thoughts on that, and what do your members think, given that many of them who buy your equipment do build infrastructure, bid on infrastructure? Do you have comments on this Buy American clause that we did have an opportunity to negotiate it out? This is supposed to be a free trade agreement, but unfortunately we weren't able to be successful.
Certainly, thank you for the opportunity to comment. AED has traditionally opposed such provisions, whether they come up as part of proposals in the U.S. Congress or as part of trade deals. So our stance on those type of provisions is we have not been supportive of them, and we continue that. Most of our equipment is multi-sourced, as you might imagine. So such provisions certainly don't foster good business practices in the equipment sector.
Yeah, well, it was extremely disappointing to many of our stakeholders. The panel just before you we had a gentleman involved in building infrastructure very concerned that because the government was unable to negotiate it out in this agreement, that it could be problematic for him. But thank you for your comments there. It's nice to see the similar thoughts on both sides of the border, so maybe we can do something to move that forward. Mr. Neal, I wanted to talk to you, and first of all, thank you for coming in. We had another witness, I think you know him, Michael Geist, Professor Geist, Dr. Geist, and he is one of the leading experts, I think, in the world. He's done work not only in Canada, but in the United States and the UK. And he mentioned as well challenges with the new CUSMA. And he had a more, let's just say, grave comment. He said, yes, we got this cultural exemption, but the cost is we have to open up ourselves to retaliatory tariffs. And I believe he used the CUSMA Article 32.64, which I think you mentioned in your opening. There's some wording issues in 32.63 as well. And a big concern that it would limit our policy options as the digital field evolves. I was wondering if you could comment, because I do realize that you do want this passed and understand the rationale. And again, from our standpoint over on this side, we are certainly not going to do anything to slow it down, but we do want to do our due diligence. In your opinion, sir, is there a fix to this glaring, I would say, failure in this agreement? Because opening ourselves up to these retaliatory tariffs or limiting our policy options with the digital field, how it's so quickly evolving, is problematic. Do you have a for us?
Thank you. It's interesting because I know Michael Geist very well, and he and I have been on the opposite sides of many issues, but I don't really disagree with him on this one. But the question you have to consider is the degree of threat that any retaliation clause represents. NAFTA had a retaliation clause, and there was only one case in our history where the U.S. even threatened to retaliate. They didn't retaliate, but the threat was put on the table, and that's the only case. So, yes, if they're still able to retaliate, I'm worried about that. And I think we all should be worried about that. I would have felt far, far better had it been removed from the agreement, but it's not. And I think on balance, when you have the strength of the cultural exemption versus the theoretical risk of additional retaliation when we've never experienced any in the history, then I think it's worth pursuing. My greater concern are kind of the limitations we've already agreed to and impose, and we're kind of narrowing our cultural policy scope as we go through each of these trade agreements.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. I'm sorry, Mr. Carey, but your time is up. Mr. Sarai?
Chair, I want to thank all of you. Obviously, you guys all come from a range of different fields and have analyzed this. My first question is to Ms. McEwen. I want to say you're very well informed on this, and you, on behalf of your membership, actually took a very broad analysis in a very concise period of time for us. I want to know, you've stated it actually helps labor rights much better than ever before. I think on biologics, it's much better, as you have stated, so that'll help with future plans for pharmacare. There are some other stuff, I think, I can't quote you on that exactly, but in terms of pharmacare, it would help by what you had stated. Have you been consulted or your union or unions like yourself been consulted in this detail with other trade agreements, or is this a first, or has it been an ongoing thing?
So before being the economist at CUPE, I was the economist at the Canadian Labour Congress. And so I definitely was involved in consultations around previous trade agreements under Stephen Harper's government. And those consultations were very much one way. It would be a webinar. You would try to ask questions and they would just ignore your question. And so definitely the process for NAFTA, we were able to come to negotiating rounds. We could ask the negotiators questions. The staff took lots of time with us and were willing to meet with us regularly, especially, I just want to say, like, the labor folks were amazing. They took a lot of time with us and really were great. But so were other other people, and they were happy to kind of have us challenge their perspective on the trade deal and engaged with us, I think, in a really productive way. So that was valuable, and I would definitely hope to see that continue on, because there's nothing that mandates that. It just the political will of the current government allowed it to happen.
I'm glad to hear that, and I'm hopeful that all future governments, whether it's this government or any other future government, always consider labor as an important and integral factor. Were you able to do, or did you do an economic analysis for your membership or Canadian public sector on the ramifications of having a deal, not having a deal, this current deal, etc.? Would you be able to elaborate on that? Would it protect the current jobs that are here and perhaps enhance more, or have you done that sort of an analysis?
So that's one of the problems with the way that we negotiate trade deals, is because you don't know what the changes are going to be until it's kind of, we didn't know the whole deal until December, right? Because the United States made changes to it. So it's very difficult to do any kind of economic impact assessment until you've got the deal finalized. So we haven't had an opportunity to do that. What we have had is some projections around the costs of medicines, and we know that this will improve, especially compared to what was in the TPP. So that's fantastic. There are apparently, during the first NAFTA negotiations under Brian Mulroney's government, there was a lot of data that was available to people and shared with the public around doing modeling and what type of industrial impact that would have. And so maybe talking to people who were in government at that time and knew what was very open about in terms of the public modeling, and allowing that to happen as negotiations were going forward. We didn't have access to that type of data, but we definitely did our best.
How much time do I have? 1 minute. To Mr. Johnston from the Songwriters. I understand that your concern is over copyright, and copyright life plus 70 versus life plus 50 here. This is not, if I'm right by what I've been hearing in not just in the cultural world, but also in other copyright sectors that have come here, it's more of a fear that if we were to ever change it, that the Americans may retaliate. However, am I correct to say that the U.S. has a life plus 70 copyright, and if we were to match it, it would not be a detriment or any threat to them?
No, thank you for the question. In fact, us ratifying our copyright term extensions of theirs creates investment opportunities for Canadian publishers to administer the rights on American copyrights for the full term allowed. Whereas as it stands now, you could have a work approaching public domain, and that would happen sooner in Canada than in the U.S. So that would be a disadvantage for a Canadian publisher, because they would not be able to collect and administer the rights for the same amount of time that a publisher in the U.S. would be able to.
This is something that you could probably have ongoing with, I guess it would fall under the Ministry of Industry, ISAD. I haven't really delved into it too long, but it would be something that even post ratification of CUSMA, we can continue to do, because I don't think the copyright provisions per se are negotiated in this. I'm
not a policy expert or a lawyer, but I'll defer to Mr. Neal's more precise understanding. But just in general terms, we're looking for ratification, and we're looking for an unencumbered ratification. We don't want there to be a re-registration process after the 50 years. We would simply just like to harmonize it with the majority of our trading partners.
Okay, thank you very much. On to Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Well, thank you to all the witnesses for being here in attendance today. My question is directed at Mr. Neal concerning the cultural exception. As you said, that was what the Bloc Québécois was championing, and what is described under the UNESCO Convention of the Protection and Promotion of the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. You mentioned that CUSMA represents some progress vis-a-vis NAFTA because cultural exemptions are specifically stated, but there's ways of putting in place exemptions in agreements, such as with the trade agreement with Europe, the exemptions that were laid out on a by-chapter basis. So the cultural exception didn't apply to the entire agreement, but only in the sections where it was specifically mentioned. Now, in the case of CUSMA, what kind of exemption are we talking about exactly here?
It is a universal exemption. It's an exemption from all of the provisions. Let me just briefly compare it to CETA. The difference with CETA is that, and the difference between CETA and the CPTPP is that the chapter-by-chapter cultural exemptions were mutual. So both Canada and Europe agreed that cultural industries would be exempt from those obligations. There's an asymmetrical definition. For us, it's cultural industries. For Europe, it's audiovisual services. But it's a mutual understanding. And those chapter-by-chapter mutual exemptions are underpinned by a strong recognition of our mutual support for the UNESCO Convention. So it's a very, very powerful way to exempt, but it's very unique because it's basing it on, in some ways, on the UNESCO Convention. In my opinion, a future progressive trade strategy for culture would be to base it on the UNESCO Convention as the fundamental underpinning, where both parties are signatory to that convention.
Parfait.
Thank you. So, broadly speaking, you're satisfied with the provisions on culture in the agreement?
C'est juste.
Correct?
Parfait.
Excellent. Now a question directed at Ms. McEwen, Senior Economist, National Services at QP. The Labour chapter, will you seem to be satisfied with the provisions on labour and how high the bar has been set? And last week, there were witnesses who appeared who stated that the majority of the provisions that really have teeth when it comes to labour only have to do with the automobile sector. And for other sectors, it's aspirational or just good intentions. Do you share that opinion?
Definitely, there are parts of the labor chapter that are aspirational, but there are also requirements, especially around with Mexico and the right to collective bargaining. Basically, right now, only about 1% of trade unions in Mexico are democratic, independent trade unions. And so the current government is one that had wanted to make some change on that front. And the labor chapter and the side agreement with Mexico and the rapid response mechanism all give them kind of a forum and a help them to get that done domestically. So I think it will make a big difference in terms of bringing democratic trade unions to workers in Mexico. But it also sets a floor. And it gives us somewhere where we can bring complaints about labor violations and hopefully get some changes to happen. So there's more enforcement than there has ever been in a trade agreement.
Donc, ce sont
So those mechanisms, well, you only referred to Mexico. Is that unique to Mexico?
There is a unique side agreement with Mexico that deals with they call them yellow unions. So there is that, and then the rapid response mechanism is between Canada and Mexico and the United States and Mexico. It doesn't apply between Canada and the United States. So there are those two parts where, for Canada's concern, it's just with Mexico. And then the labor chapter is trilateral. It's between all three countries. And we can bring complaints of labor violations through the labor chapter. And we'll have a much better chance of those being successful. The way the burden of proof had been was that it was impossible to ever win a labor dispute settlement. But now we have a hope that it's possible.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Blakey.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all the witnesses for appearing here today. I wanted to go back to some of your comments about consultation, Ms. McEwen, and granted that I think we have heard a number of organizations typically not satisfied with the level of consultation that are that feel that they were more included. But as you say, I mean, it's something that depends upon the political culture of the day and the whims of government. So it's always nice when whims tend in the right direction, but it's not the same as a guarantee. Something that we in the NDP have tried to make a part of this process has been talking about our trade process, and we're happy to get some commitments from the government around making at least their initial negotiating objectives public before entering into negotiation, and to have to provide an economic impact assessment, which seems like an odd victory because you'd think that it was common sense, and certainly in a lot of other jurisdictions that we trade with, it is part of their process, and so we have that coming now in Canada. That's a good first step. But I wonder if you just wanted to speak a little bit more to the importance of civic engagement and what it means to have, as a matter of policy or a matter of law, clear expectations about what kind of information Canadians can expect to get from their government with respect to a trade agreement negotiation, and the difference that can make.
Yeah, this is a difficult issue. So the United States actually has a much more transparent process that includes legislators, and Canada doesn't have that. And there's also a process in the United States where lobbyists, I guess, or people who want to be included in the consultation process can get clearance to have information that the negotiators have that isn't public. So they basically sign, but that they can provide advice on how that might impact their particular area of expertise. So those are useful things that we might draw from the United States. I think it's an excellent move on the part of progressive trade to have more transparency, and especially to include legislators early on. I think more transparency is useful. What we found is that people who have the resources and the knowledge to be able to attend these meetings were able to go. And so you're less likely to hear from, say, anti-poverty groups than you are from the Cattlemen's Association. So you often have negotiators surrounded by the more powerful interests, and they're less likely to hear from less powerful interests. So it's unbalanced in that sense, and especially between Canada and the United States, it is such an integrated economy that the dividing line isn't actually always on national grounds. The industry on both sides of the border can be on the same side, and it's actually between the public interest and corporate interests. And so the way that the consultations are structured doesn't provide a balance to that effectively, and it doesn't not having an independent economic analysis. So an economic analysis is useful. An independent one would be better because they would be using better choices. Right now, there's a lot of assumptions that you can make in a CGE model, is what it's called. And if you make a few different assumptions, you'll end up with 3% growth instead of 2% growth, right? And so you want those choices to be made based on the best information available, not what your political outcomes are, right? So you want that to be maybe the parliamentary budget officer making that assumption. So I think that's useful for transparency and for the public debate, because often people, they hear the top lines, like it's going to affect dairy farmers or it's going to affect trade across the border. Lines will be slowed or something like that at customs, but it will have a significant impact on their lives, but we don't know until after it's been signed and it's already affecting us.
Right on. Thank you very much. Do you have a little more time left?
Yes, you still have a minute and a half.
Sure. So I wanted to, we had another witness, I think it might have been the CCPA, talking about the importance of having, if we wanted to leverage the most possible out of the state-to-state dispute resolution mechanism, having a domestic process that allows, interveners essentially to make a case that there's a good reason to pursue one of our trading partners under CUSMA, and that would be an independent process. And if there was a finding that there was cause to pursue this, that then there would be an obligation and resources to be able to do that. So that it's not just up to government, and it's not just up to the people with the resources to pressure government to take their cause on. And I just wondered if you have an opinion on that kind of mechanism, and if there's other aspects of the deal that might be assisted by having that kind of domestic process.
Yes, that domestic process definitely needs to be strengthened. In many trade deals or just under the OECD rules, we have a national contact point where they can offer good offices. So if there's a disagreement, they can say, well, we'll provide you a neutral place to meet. But there's no power of investigation. There's no mandate for them to take it on. And we have found, so when I was at the CLC, we brought forward a complaint under the labor chapter between Canada and Colombia. And the Labor Department did an investigation. They took it on. They produced a fantastic report, but there was nothing that mandated them to do that. So
thank you very much.
Because of the goodwill, it happened, but yeah.
Thank you. On to Mr. Fast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Blakey's question about process. And my question will be firstly directed to Mr. McGuire. Do you recall when United States legislators, members of the House, received the economic impact assessment that was done with respect to this agreement?
No, I do not. I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I'd have to get back to you.
Okay. If I said it was in April of 2019, and it was actually published publicly online in April 2019. Does that sound right?
I would trust your statement on that.
Well, and that's where the process question comes in. The impact assessment was done for American legislators many, many months ago, before the House actually had to vote. In fact, the House demanded changes to the agreement, got changes to the agreement, presumably based on their reading of not only the agreement, but the economic impact assessment. And then the matter was in Canada's hands to ratify. Are you aware that this is our last meeting to discuss this agreement here at committee before we go to clause to clause?
That is my understanding.
And are you aware that our economic impact assessment was table dropped today for parliamentarians to review?
Again, I would trust your statement on that.
Well, you understand that the process on two sides of the border is quite different. The one on the American side clearly provided decision makers in the United States an opportunity to look at the agreement, look at the impact assessment, suggest additional amendments, and then ratify. Now it's placed in our care, and we have no opportunity, quite frankly, to make further amendments, because you yourself said you're encouraging urgency. You're encouraging us to act promptly. Now, as my colleague Mr. Carey said, we want to deal with this in a respectful but deliberate way and do our due diligence to make sure that this agreement is actually in Canada's interests. I think your organization sort of straddles the border, has members on both sides of the border, correct?
That is correct.
And I want to assure you, we are not in any way attempting to delay this agreement, but we are going to do our due diligence to the degree that we're able to based on our process here in Canada. And I will tell you quite frankly, I'm very disappointed that it is only now, just before midnight, that we actually get the economic impact assessment from the federal government. I mean, it's shameful. I'd like to now go for a question to Mr. Johnson and perhaps Mr. Neal. Michael Geist's name was mentioned. And Mr. Johnson, you have praised the extension of the copyright term from life plus 50 to life plus 70. As you probably know, Michael Geist might have a little different opinion to yours. He has said that this will be costly for Canadians with little discernible benefit. I believe there was an Industry Canada report that was done a number of years ago to the same effect. And the conclusion is that ultimately this will cost consumers more as additional royalties are mostly sent out of country. Now, I'd love to have both of your response to that fairly quickly, if you would.
I will go first. I want to underline that copyright is about the rights of artists. It's about the rights of the individuals who create the works that are then exploited economically by others. And any increased protection for the rights of those who create those works is positive. There is an economic imbalance between artists on the one hand and cultural producers on the other hand. And there's a solution to that too, which would be to limit the ability of artists to sign away their copyright. But at the moment, we don't have such a mechanism, and because of that economic imbalance, sometimes artists are forced to do it. But still, copyright is fundamentally about the rights of artists, and additional royalties are fundamentally flowing to the creators of the artistic works.
Mr. Johnson, just a short response, if that's possible.
Yeah, I would agree with the statements of Mr. Neal. I mean, sometimes I feel like Dr. Geist, when he says it's a cost to consumers, that somehow creators are supposed to bear all of the costs for consumers, and we're responsible for making sure consumers don't spend more. And that seems a little bit out of our wheelhouse. It is our right, and we deserve to be remunerated for it under copyright law.
Okay,
So,
thank you very much, Mr. Johnson. On to Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the presenters for their input into this. My question is going to Ms. McEwen. I had the opportunity when Mr. Harper was in the House, and I always noticed that it was either Mr. Harper's way or the highway approach. I'd like to get a little bit more clear, like when you had seen previously under Mr. Harper, when all these agreements were negotiated, there were zero input from your fellows, that they didn't include you at all, or?
Well, they would have calls, but there would be very little information in the call. It would be after the round, and there would be no opportunity really to give input until, again, the parliamentary process after it had happened. So the process still hasn't changed to allow input earlier on.
But dealing on this Kuzma situation particularly, how did you feel? Like you were included, or did you was the government proactive, or you had to call for it? That's what I want to know.
Absolutely. The government was public servants that were responsible for setting negotiating priorities and doing negotiations, reached out and met with labor as a group. They met with civil society as a group. And then they said, if you want to reach out to if you have questions about the services chapter or the regulatory cooperation chapter, you can asked to meet with specific negotiators, and they were very generous with their time.
So you met with any
whoever
of the
we wanted to meet with.
We got
to meet. Yeah.
So you were happy, and you think there's more progress can be made in future?
Absolutely, in terms of making that process mandatory, so that it's not a one-off. And in terms of making the impact assessment, including legislators, and making the impact assessment earlier on.
And
as the United States, it's actually in their fast-track legislation that there are timelines for when the impact assessment has to be delivered to Congress. As it is now, we were included in the discussion, so I think that ends up getting a better deal than you could have otherwise. The labor chapter in particular, I think, was much improved by discussions with labor groups, but we can't make any changes now. It's too late.
No, but I mean, it's done now. The Kuzma, either we accept it,
but there was no opportunity between the signing of the deal and the ratifying of it to give any more feedback.
Oh, okay.
Right, as happened in the U.S.
So overall,
in our process.
Overall, you think it's a win-win situation for workers, not only as always been for the businesses?
No, I think it's still a failed trade model that doesn't benefit workers. It benefits the most powerful and hurts the least powerful. There's no distributional impact here on how this trade deal will affect people who have lots of money and power versus people who don't. But as trade deals go, we were definitely we were met with, we were listened to, and there were changes made based on our input, which was nice.
Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Still have time? My next question goes to, let me say, Associated Equipment Distributors, Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire, is this agreement only going to help the equipment manufacturers in U.S. or is it equally going to help the equipment manufacturers in Canada?
Well, we believe the agreement helps both distributors and manufacturers in both countries.
So, yesterday there was a fellows from Saskatchewan, equipment manufacturers. They came in, and they were saying that there are certain new requirements that U.S. brought forward is going to affect their production negatively. Are you aware of a situation like that?
I'm not personally aware of a situation like that. I'd have to research that. But I can tell you that our members have not indicated that. From the equipment standpoint, on the manufacturing or distribution side.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dhaliwal. On to Mr. Cram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. McEwen, you spoke of the importance of an independent analysis for trade agreements, and I very much agree with that statement. And there was an independent analysis by the C.D. Howe Institute released last week, and they had a few conclusions in that analysis. They said that as a result of the new NAFTA agreement, Canada's GDP would go down by $14.2 billion. Exports to the United States from Canada would go down by $3.2 billion. And imports to Canada from the United States will go up by $8.6 billion. But when we got the economic impact assessment from the government earlier today, it said that the agreement was fantastic because all the numbers were going up. And the reason for that is because the business as usual case in the government's assessment was not the old NAFTA agreement, but having no free trade agreement at all with the United States or Mexico. So I'm wondering, given the importance of this information, what can be done to ensure that CUPE members and civil servants in general can always provide important, accurate, honest information to both politicians and to the public as a whole?
That's a very good question. So I think it's good that there is the C.D. Howe estimate so that we can compare that to the government estimate and show what the different assumptions were, because often whenever you're doing economic analysis, it really depends what your assumptions were, right? You're going to get very different answers. And so just having one headline is often not useful in terms of having an honest understanding of what the impact of the deal will be. So making the data available, transparent as to how they arrived at their decision, maybe making publicly available the model that they used and allowing others to run the model might be something to do. I think moving it to the Parliamentary Budget Office or something like that would also be helpful in terms of improving that transparency and because I don't think we want to rely on C.D. Howe to have to do that every time or other groups, right? So I do think that it's useful that they did. I'm glad they did because it highlights that the choices you make in your modeling really matter.
Okay, and we also heard earlier today that high-level economic analyses of this new NAFTA have been going on since at least September of 2017. So, what can be done to ensure that even this high-level analysis can be released, to the public and to politicians earlier than it has been, preferably, earlier than today, as was the case?
Absolutely. I mean, in the U.S., it was released almost over a year ago, I think. So having that information available to the public and allowing people to make that, which is what I understand happened under the original NAFTA, that information was made public, people understood, had the data available that they needed to be able to model differences. Like if we do this little the thing that we did on autos that made that big difference, if you model how that's going to play out, because it really matters what behavioral assumptions you've made in something like that. So yeah, I understand that with trade deals there's secrecy, but having the models out there in the public domain and having the data that you need to kind of run your own simulations of it, I think would be quite useful.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all, Madam Chair.
You have 40 seconds, Mr. Crane.
40 seconds. Okay, well, because I can't resist, Mr. Neal, could you tell us the story of the Super Bowl commercials?
Thank you. So CTV paid a lot of money for the rights to broadcast the Super Bowl, and they did so on the basis of the policy that said they could substitute, any Canadian watching it would have to see their commercials. So the economic value to CTV was quite high. So some Canadians have complained about that. But the reality today is this: you can watch all the Super Bowl commercials before the Super Bowl online. And 30% of the money that CTV earns from those commercials, they have to spend on Canadian programs. That's a lot of money. 10% of that money, if it's $100 million they make, they've got to spend $10 million on drama and scripted comedy. So a good portion of the money goes to Canadian programming.
Thank you. On to Ms. Benayan.
Thank you. And my questions will start with Ms. McEwen. I heard you mention earlier in your testimony that you were with the Canadian Labour Congress. What position did you hold with the Canadian Labour Congress?
I was the senior economist there as well.
You were the senior economist there as well. How long have you been an economist for?
I graduated in 2007.
Mm-hmm. And as senior economist at the Canadian Labour Congress, you also had experience with other trade deals.
Yes.
And currently, you are chief economist for the Canadian Union for Public Employees. Is that right?
Yes.
How many people or how many employees do you have?
So CUPE represents 700,000 workers across Canada. I work for the national office here in Ottawa, and I think the national office, there's about 600 people who work for the national union.
Okay. And you mentioned early on in answer to a previous question that it is very difficult. I took notes, so I'm just reading. It is very difficult to make an economic assessment until the is done. Can you explain that further?
So it's interesting because there are regulatory changes like around intellectual property or around cultural protection or extension of copyright that will have an economic impact. In the past, trade deals were mostly about tariffs, so you could model like what a 1% change to different tariffs would mean, and that was more straightforward. But we've mostly eliminated tariffs, and so now trade and investment treaties are about more abstract things, I guess. And so the specific wording in the deal really matters for what its impact will be. And so you kind of have to analyze that specific wording and then interpret it to set the assumptions that you're making in your model.
And so in your opinion, you would have to wait until, for example, in the case of CUSMA, until after the changes that were made the end of December before being able
What you could have done with CUSMA is you could have had an economic analysis for internally for what your negotiating priorities were that could help inform your negotiating priorities. So what do we want to get out of this? Then once you have your initial draft, you would run the numbers again. And then you, at that point, you would use that information to determine if you wanted to make any further changes or if you needed to. If you see, oh no, this is having actually a really negative impact that we didn't expect on the cultural industries in Quebec, for example, which is a bigger driver than you had thought when you were negotiating, that then you would put a bigger priority on making sure that you change that language.
Absolutely, I agree with you on the negotiating position and your objective. But when you're dealing with such a complex trade agreement as CUSMA, and in a political context where you don't know where those negotiations would take you, do you agree that, as you said, you would wait until the deal is done in order to be able to perform an economic assessment?
Not to do any economic assessment, no, but to have the final economic assessment, yes.
Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Neal. Mr. Neal, you did mention that the cultural exemption in CUSMA is a lot stronger than that found under the original NAFTA, and I wondered if you could just expand on that a little bit with the short time we have left.
Again, the problem with the original cultural exemption, or the cultural exemption in the original NAFTA, it was simply incorporating into the terms of NAFTA the cultural exemption from the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. And so the scope of that exemption was taken from the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement, and it was narrow. It was limited only to those elements that the FTA covered. And so there was a giant hole that could easily have been exploited, and there were a couple of cases over the years where that became evident. This cultural exemption is clear, it's direct, it's comprehensive. It says cultural industries are exempt from the terms of this agreement, period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neal. And a sincere thank you to all of our witnesses. That's, again, always very informative. I will suspend for a few moments until the next panel comes up. to order. Pursuant to order of reference of Thursday, February 6, 2020, Bill C-4, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. On our panel as witnesses, welcome to all of you this evening. Thank you for coming. I guess I could ask what the weather is like outside because most of us have been inside. But at least no matter how much snow is out there, you managed to make it. So we appreciate you being here. So from the Center for International Governance Innovation, we have Bob Fay, Director, Global Economy. From the Kalisinoff Lumber Company Limited, Ken Kalisinoff, Chief Executive Officer. And from Woodtone Industries, Kevin Young, Chief Executive Officer, and Francis Schiller, the advisor. And by video conference from Guelph, Ontario, we have Linda Hasenfratz, Chief Executive Officer for Linamar Corporation. And from Vancouver, British Columbia, by video conference, we have Riley Lumber Incorporated, Andy Riley. So welcome to all of you. Appreciate you all being here. And Mr. Fay, I'll turn it over to you for 5 minutes of comments.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members, for the opportunity to present the views of the Center for International Governance Innovation. By way of introduction, we go by CG. We're an independent, nonpartisan global governance think tank based in Waterloo, Ontario, and we conduct policy-relevant research exploring global economics, security, politics, and international law with a focus on digital economy issues. So given this background, my comments will relate to Bill C-4, data and intellectual property. So Canada has focused substantial resources and effort on new trade deals to reinforce the rules of the game in international trade, and rightly so. Trade is at the heart of our prosperity, and new trade agreements are necessary to open up new markets and preserve old ones. And revised rules are necessary as economies change and to minimize trade frictions. We fully understand that trade-offs were necessary in negotiations of CUSMA and that hard choices had to be made. And we believe that the ratification of this agreement will remove some of the trade uncertainty that has dampened economic growth, and my remarks are not designed to hold up ratification. Rather, my objective tonight is to highlight how commitments made in CUSMA related to data and intellectual property may inhibit Canada's ability both to innovate and develop our own domestic policies, and then offer some suggestions on the way forward. In particular, CUSMA fails to consider the implications of how the nature of trade is changing, moving away from scale and cost efficiencies to, first, intellectual property creation, second, the rise of big data as an economic and social asset, and third, the resulting imperative of asset protection. What Canada agrees to in these areas has very wide-ranging repercussions for Canada in many forward-looking areas, including our ability to harness data in new technologies such as artificial intelligence, as well as fundamental domestic policies related to privacy, security, intellectual property, foreign direct investment, competition, and innovation. And yes, that list is long, and it touches upon all aspects of our economy and indeed our daily lives. Yet we are dealing with these issues currently largely through a trade lens, via a trade agreement that is dominated by U.S. interests. I would also note that the recent mandate letters charge the ministers for ISED, Heritage, and Justice with the main task of coordinating new digital and data rights, which recognizes that there are substantial societal issues related to the use and monetization of personal data. Indeed, data is an extremely valuable resource, and Statistics Canada, and very good for them, have placed the value of Canadian data at over $200 billion, which is about two-thirds the value of our oil assets. So this number is extremely large, but it pales in comparison to other countries, namely the United States. So for example, the market cap of US-based Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, Google is about $4 trillion US. And that high valuation results from their monopoly positions and their huge data source. And further, these companies are cementing their market positions each and every minute with their continued acquisition of all varieties of data through user engagement with their platforms and fierce protection of their assets by a combination of the de facto rule setting in the absence of national regulations, trade deals that enshrine open data flows, strong intellectual property protection of their data and AI assets, takeovers of innovative firms through their vast reserves of cash, the acquisition of top talent, and the powerful information asymmetries that they gain with their data and their technologies. So the bottom line is the data is their intellectual property, and their interests are behind the digital chapter in CUSMA. So 3 examples of some of the commitments in that trade agreement that favor them are, first, the treatment of data localization. This part of the agreement is short and not so sweet. And it basically says, no party shall require a covered person to use or locate computing facilities in that party's territory as a condition for conducting business in that territory. So, from a commercial perspective, that makes a lot of sense. But this is problematic for many non-economic dimensions. So, for example, if we took the Smart City partnership in Toronto that's proceeding right now with Sidewalk Labs, which is a subsidiary of Alphabet, Canadians may well desire that their detailed data that will result from that city, that it remain in Canada, and not be transferred to the US. But Canada may be limited in its ability to do so. Second, under CUSMA, a localization is permitted if organizations collect, hold, or process that information when those activities are undertaken on behalf or with the government. However, for national security reasons, if the data were held by a private organization, then CUSMA would technically require that the government to actually allow those data to be released to the other 2 partner countries. And third, CUSMA contains a safe harbor provision to liberate digital platforms the responsibility for the content that they carry. On the one hand, free speech advocates see this as desirable. On the other, some see the weaponization of platforms like Facebook and YouTube during recent votes, such as the 2016 U.S. presidential election, as indications of the unwillingness and or the inability of the digital platforms or governments to regulate content. This is a trade issue because the platform's business model is supported via massive cross-border data flows. So in summary, it is not clear how much policy flexibility CUSMA will ultimately allow the federal or provincial governments in adopting new laws and regulations to achieve objectives like those to protect people's privacy, prevent algorithmic bias, protect critical infrastructure, ensure national security, or promote domestic innovation. So let me now conclude with 3 recommendations on a way forward. First, trade negotiators need to be more fully briefed on the wide-ranging implications of the data-driven economy and the implications arising from existing digital measures in CUSMA and those that could arise going forward with the negotiations that are about to begin at the WTO on e-commerce. We need to be mindful of the vested interests that are pervasive in the digital realm and that regional trade agreements are an entry point to manage policy space for these areas that go well beyond digital trade. Second, we need new international rules of the game for trade, for foreign direct investment, and for intellectual property. And as part of this, what Canada could do is push for the creation of a new global organization to set international governance in these areas. So drawing on the experience of the Financial Stability Board, which was created in the aftermath of the financial crisis, we have put out a proposal to create a Digital Stability Board. Such an organization would develop standards, regulations, and policies across the many realms that digital platforms touch, and policy actions needed to address vulnerabilities in a timely manner, and to ensure that this work feeds into other international organizations, such as the WTO. And finally, we should use the 6-year review built into CUSMA to rectify some of the issues that I have outlined. Thank you for your time and attention, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fay. Now on to Mr. Kolesnikoff, Chief Executive Officer. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Wow. My presentation is going to be a little simpler, and I think my friend Andy Riley made a good choice of staying at home in BC because I'm probably going to be trapped here till spring by the sounds of it from what's going on outside. Anyway, thank you for your time. I was asked to present here from a kind of common sense, on the ground, somebody that experiences the softwood lumber agreement. I will tell you now, I'm not a NAFTA expert, or a USMCA expert, which is apparently what we're going to be calling it. Kolesnikov Lumber started in 1939 with three brothers, Kuzma, so you confused me right out of the gate. My uncle Kuzma, Sam, and Pete. We grew from a 150, from a horse logging operation of about 8 people to 150 people currently, and heading for 200. I'm a third generation in our business. My 2 children are very engaged, which is very unusual. They're really keeping the old man in line. And they are our 4th generation. We're located in Thrums, BC, between Castlegar and Nelson in the West Kootenays, and we're about an hour from the U.S. border. Who we are always, through our innovation, we care for the environment, the communities, our employees, and that is a focus for us on everything that we do. And we're always looking for the next opportunity. Our experience in the forest industry and ability to be nimble and continue to uphold our positive reputation as wood experts has allowed us not only to survive, but thrive and grow through industry changes and be where we are today. Value added is a big piece for me. That's always been important. We've always been about adding as much value as we can to every log that comes into our hands. We make decisions based on maximizing the value from that log, depending on its best end use in the particular wood, our customers, our employees, and even our communities. I believe that adding value also creates a much-needed diverse forest industry. We reinvest. In 1987, we started by spending $5 million on a small log line. In 2000, $3 million on our remanufacturing facility called Kootenay Innovative Wood. And in 2005, we put an end matcher in that cost us $800,000. We upgraded the sawmill in 2012 to the tune of $20 million. 2014, we upgraded the planer of $6 million. And we have just recently announced our venture into the mass timber industry. $35 million project, this greenfield project, is happening now in Castlegar, in the Castlegar area. We've been successfully growing our business from a horse logging operation, and as I said, are now investing into that $35 million world-class mass timber facility. We did this with only 15 to 20% of our timber under tenure. We buy over 80% of our logs on the open market. A big advantage for us is getting into mass timber is just our experience with value-added specialty manufacturing, our pre-existing relationships, and we understand what it takes to go up the value chain. The drawbacks of the softwood lumber agreement. Over the years, the softwood lumber agreements have unfairly penalized value-added specialty manufacturing sector. I'll give you an example. In about 2006, I believe, it was when Mr. Emerson was negotiating the deal. There was an opportunity for us. We just spent $800,000 on an end matching system. That was the upgrade in order to do end matched softwood flooring, which would then go into paneling and siding as far as end matching. There was a rule that if the product was end matched all the way around the piece, in other words, both sides and the end, that it would be exempt. Well, that got negotiated away. And I don't even know that he realized what he had done in the stroke of a pen. But that affected us. We didn't even turn that machine on and we lost that advantage. It affected Hushcroft in Creston, Windlebox in Creston, and Gorman Brothers in West Bank. We all had that machine, those types of machines being installed. Earlier this year, because of the softwood lumber agreement and the 20% duty, we had to make a real difficult decision and shut the reman plant down because we can't afford to make products that are going into the U.S. with a 20+% duty on them. Now, our people, because of our moving into the mass timber side, have all been utilized. So nobody lost a job, but it's causing us a major amount of grief. We also have customers that are 20, 30, 50 years that we are not able to do business with because of that hurdle. Because we're a smaller operator, and we're more nimble, we're able to develop niche products, specialty products for customers' needs. That's what we focus on. And the softwood lumber agreement is getting into that, in the way of that all the time. So, kind of what's next? To be successful in business, we need a predictable and supportive environment. And this is an area where I really believe government can help. We also need open and free access to the markets. Companies like ours have a track record of being committed to their people, community, and don't shut down when things get tough. Never mind shutting down permanently. Small independent companies like us are much more nimble, and we create more value far beyond the 2x4. We just need the right log to make the right product and access to an open market. In our case, that means taking a high-value log, creating more jobs per cubic meter, and more economic payback to the per cubic meter instead of focusing on volume. But again, the softwood lumber agreement does get in the way. I do not know whether or not there's an opportunity to have the softwood lumber agreement encapsulated in the NAFTA agreement. It's probably much too late, but it would have been very beneficial to have something like that happen to stabilize the industry, especially for the smaller independent manufacturers, because we are the ones that are getting hit really hard by this type of penalty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. On to Linda Hassenfratz from Guelph, Ontario. Welcome.
Good evening, and thank you very much for the invitation to take part in your consultations. A few words about Linamar. Linamar is a diversified advanced manufacturing company. We are about 70% auto parts. We are 30% in a variety of industrial products such as access equipment, harvesting equipment, commercial vehicle parts, and energy components. Our sales are around $7.5 billion. We have grown top and bottom line at Linamar in double digits in 9 out of the last 10 years. We have...
Okay, just hold on a second. We lost our sound here. Touch your headset again. Maybe it'll fix it. Did you by accident put it on mute? Because you were very clear, it was working just fine.
It's on her side.
It's on her side.
Yeah.
There's a problem on your side, Ms. Hassenfratz. Can I suggest I go to our other witness and then we will go back to you and start again? No, she can, they'll work it out between them, and I will go on to Mr. Riley.
Can you hear me okay?
Just fine. Great,
okay,
Mr.
excellent.
Riley,
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to address this committee. My name's Andy Riley. I'm the president and owner of Riley Lumber. We're located in West Vancouver, BC, with our manufacturing plant in Chilliwack, British Columbia. In the interest of contributing to an informed discussion about the USMCA, I'm going to give you a quick overview of what our company, with the nature of our company's business, the effects of the current trade dispute with the United States over softwood lumber, and why the USMCA is important to our company and the future of our sector. So firstly, Riley Lumber was founded in 1995 as a manufacturer of Western red cedar components and finished products. Our early mission was to make the products the big sawmills did not want to make or they could not make. We do not harvest logs, we do not cut logs, we do not hold crown tenure. We buy Western red cedar lumber and manufacture finished products. The U.S. is the biggest market by far for our products. In 1996 till 2001, the U.S. and Canada entered a softwood lumber agreement, which was based on a quota system, which meant that Canadian companies were awarded quota to ship to the U.S. market based on their previous 5-year shipping volumes. Having just started 1 year earlier, Riley Lumber did not get any quota to ship into the United States, so we did not have access to our main market. Over the next 5 years, we figured out how to get quota so that we could ship to the U.S. We continued to grow our business all the time, dedicated to manufacturing and employing people in British Columbia. From 2001 to 2006, like all Canadian companies, we paid punitive duties on our finished products shipping into the U.S. in the next lumber dispute, which was called Lumber 4. That lumber dispute was only solved after many WTO and particularly many NAFTA legal victories by Canada. In late 2006, the new softwood lumber agreement brought a 10-year period that was pretty much for high value products duty free, and there was no major prohibitants to shipping into the United States. As well, in that agreement, every Canadian company was returned over 90% of the duty deposits which they had made for the previous 5 years. Riley Lumber at that time decided to invest our duty deposits, which returned to us, into manufacturing facilities, equipment, and creating jobs in British Columbia. The next 10 years were pretty good. We grew our business and things were going along well until number two, the present trade dispute occurred in April 2007. We began what we call Lumber 5. Again, punitive 27% duties were levied on that selling price of our products. The threat of retroactive duties against products that we'd shipped previous to the time when the actual duties came in, and an increased scope of the products. We all thought to ourselves, here we go again. Only this time, this lumber dispute is different, meaning worse than Lumber 4. Adding 27% duty to an all-time high price of cedar products resulted in our customers substituting for other products and other species at an astounding rate. New bonding requirements, which were required by U.S. Customs, required large cash deposits by small and medium-sized companies, in addition to remitting the duties that they had incurred the previous week every Friday. Most small companies and medium-sized companies in Canada cannot continue to post the deposits on a regular basis and the bond cash requirements. Another aspect of this dispute is many major companies in Canada have made huge investments in the United States, transplanting a lot of Canadian investments and jobs to the U.S. side of the duty wall. As Ken Kolesnikoff just said, in order to get behind the duty wall, many value-added companies are relocating to the U.S. side of the border to do their manufacturing. Just to give you an idea of the effect on our company, the Riley Lumber sales in 2019 are roughly 62% of what they were in 2016, and employment in our plant went from 41 to 23. This is an alarming trend for secondary value-added companies across British Columbia and Canada. And now, to number three, why the USMCA is important to our company. As you know, most softwood lumber in the first NAFTA agreement was not covered by that. It is not covered in the new USMCA. The most important part of the new USMCA, which is vital to us, is the dispute resolution mechanism, which was previously known as Chapter 19. In this more challenging diplomatic environment, small independent companies need enforceable rules to protect our interests. Short of reciprocal duties on goods entering our country, which are not likely, Canada will only get negotiating leverage in Lumber 5 from continued NAFTA and USMCA legal victories. We have to remember that large companies have made huge investments in the United States, and they're not in any hurry to pressure our provincial governments to solve the current dispute. Hundreds of small and medium-sized Canadian companies are in danger of failing unless we have this dispute resolution system and we can manage to make it work faster. New jobs in the forest industry are not going to come from the primary sector. They're only going to come from doing more work in it, adding more value to the resources that we have here. In closing, I can say my main reason for supporting the USMCA is that Riley Lumber is a Canadian company. We want to continue to manufacture in Canada, and we have no intention on relocating to the far side of the border to get around the duty wall. The dispute resolution system is vital to our company so that we can get another softwood lumber agreement going forward that will protect the independent companies. In closing, I would say that the value-added sector is somewhere where I have been involved in. I've worked for the last 35 years. It's been good to me. It's been good to our family. I think it's worth fighting for, and I hope you agree. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riley. We'll go back to Ms. Hasenfratz and see if you've got the system working. Okay, she was there a second ago. I think they're I think they're reconnecting. Okay, yes, maybe, whoops, all right. Are you there? Okay, Ms. Hasenfratz, go ahead. We're not hearing anything. Oh, there you go. Please go ahead. Ms. Hasenfratz.
Are you talking?
Yes, we are.
Oh, well, I didn't realize that you had. Okay, I'll just start over. So good evening and thank you. So a few words about Linamar. Linamar is a diverse advanced manufacturing company. We are about 70% in auto parts. We're about 30% in a variety of industrial equipment such as access equipment, harvesting equipment, as well as commercial vehicle parts and energy components. Our sales are $7.5 billion. We have 27,000 employees globally. We are manufacturing in 11 countries in 61 facilities. About 40% of our plants are in Canada and about 11,000 of our employees. So turning to trade, I do believe an area that's critically important to our prosperity and global competitiveness as a country in Canada is free trade agreements. I think it's absolutely critical for us not to lose momentum in this key area, because I believe that free trade agreements allow us to have bigger markets to buy from and sell to, and creates more opportunities, and more opportunities mean more chance to grow or to cut costs. Free trade agreements have been a key factor in several decisions, as an example, for automotive OEMs to locate in Mexico because of their access to world markets. Turning to the new NAFTA, ratifying the new NAFTA deal here in Canada is absolutely critical in my mind to Canada's continued economic success. The U.S. has long been Canada's most important trading partner, and vice versa. As I'm sure you know, trade with the U.S. represents more than 75% of our exports, which is 64% of our GDP. We really can't afford to put that at risk and create the enormous cost that added duty will add to those transactions. NAFTA was a deal that created enormous prosperity for all three countries since its inception in 1994. The U.S. GDP increased by $12 trillion to reach 2.8 times their 94 level. The Canadian GDP was up $1 trillion to reach 2.7 times, so very similar, our 94 level, and the Mexican GDP increased $500 billion to be almost 2 times where they were pre the agreement. I think importantly, NAFTA also created deep and intricate supply chain optimizations across all three countries, which would be really quite disastrous financially to try to unravel. Basically, you can't unscramble the eggs. In the auto sector alone, there's on average 7 border crossings between Canada and the US and Mexico for all vehicles that are built. Add duty to each of these border crossings would add enormous cost to North American built vehicles and decrease our competitiveness. We've actually got a great case study right here at Linamar that illustrates that deep integration. We have a program for a cylinder block that we make that is cast in Mexico. It comes to Canada for pre-machining. It goes back to the US for additional processing. It comes back to us again in Canada for final machining. Then we ship it to our customer down in the US to be assembled into an engine. Some of those engines come back to Canada to be assembled into vehicles, and then those vehicles are sold in both Canada and the US. So why so complicated, you might ask? And the answer is what we're doing is really tapping into the great strengths and technologies that have been developed and honed in each of those countries. Instead of each country having to develop the technologies and make the investments to do all that processing in each country for its individual needs, what we're really pooling our needs, focusing on different parts of the supply chain, and in the end, we have a great, highly competitive product that we can sell in many countries, not just North America. I think that the new NAFTA deal has modernized important elements of our trade deal to reflect technologies and realities that just didn't exist 25 years ago, but at the same time, I think kept consistent from our perspective, core elements of the deal. And I think that what that means is we're going to see minimal disruption of existing supply chains, which is really key. From an automotive perspective, we really see only upside, no downside to these changes that were implemented for Canadian companies. Higher regional value content means opportunity for work potentially as automakers who are maybe not meeting the new standard, maybe some of the German manufacturers, for instance, decide to onshore some product. High labor value content may also result in some opportunities for Canadian suppliers to help increase this measure of content in the vehicle. I think it's important to remember that we don't win business being protectionist, right? We win business based on innovation and efficiency, and that's where we should all try and focus and try and eliminate barriers to growth. At Linamar, our Canadian plants are our most productive globally of all of our 61 plants. We have the deepest bench here. We have the best increases in productivity, which, by the way, has increased 34% in the last 6 years. And we have the strongest commitment here to continuous improvement in our facilities every single day. We can compete with any country with our product and process innovation and efficiency, and we do so. We've invested billions of dollars into our Canadian plants in recent years to launch billions of dollars of new business, almost all of which, by the way, ships to the U.S. We critically need the new NAFTA agreement to be ratified to bring certainty to our ability to continue to compete in this manner. Lastly, I wanted to comment on timing. The U.S. and Mexico have already moved to ratify the agreement in their respective legislatures. Well, of course, it's important to fully understand and to vet the deal, and I appreciate that has happened, and I encourage that to happen. I do caution against excessive or unnecessary delays or attempts to rewrite something that, frankly, I think it has gone as far as we could get it to go. Business leaders across North America are supporting swift ratification of the agreement, many of those that I speak to keep North America tariff-free and make the economy even more vibrant and competitive, drive investment, and of course, support creation of jobs. So thank you very much for the opportunity to address your committee, and I look forward to your questions when they come.
Thank you very much. On to Woodtone Industries, Mr. Young.
Madam Chair, committee members, and staff, thank you for the opportunity to talk with you about Bill C4, softwood lumber, and Woodtone. And I think there's some commonalities in some of the presentations here this evening. I'm Kevin Young, and I serve as Chief Executive Officer of Woodtone Industries, a family-run company with facilities in Chilliwack, Armstrong, BC, and Everett, Washington. We employ over 300 people across our operations built on a 40-year legacy of excellence and integrity. At Woodtone, our overarching belief is that everybody should live in a great-looking home that lasts a lifetime and doesn't sacrifice the environment to achieve it. Our teams design, manufacture, and market Woodtone's finished building products for home interiors and exteriors. Our family at Woodtone is proud to offer some of the finest finished building products available anywhere in the world. We don't cut down trees, and we don't make commodity 2x4s, but we respect and appreciate the primary producers that do. Our specialty at Woodtone is high-value, finished wood products. Our products are unique in that they have no grade stamps and are not intended for structural construction purposes. All of our products are pre-finished, either pre-stained or pre-painted, and ready for installation in new home construction. Although our products can be found around the world, the United States and Canada remain our key markets. We welcome and embrace future efforts by governments to address the softwood lumber dispute in earnest after CUSMA is concluded. The asymmetrical impact of the softwood dispute has been uniquely devastating for Canada's value-added sector and workers. At Woodtone, we've had to make tough choices, like many others, including relocating technology, processing knowledge, and jobs south. In January of 2018, we announced the move of 20 direct jobs and over $1 million in technology from our Canadian operation to our facility in Everett, Washington. While primary producers have enjoyed sustained demand and record prices over the dispute, processors down the value chain have not. We've lost exports and we've lost jobs. This dynamic still exists. We believe that up to 120 direct and indirect jobs are at play between our operations when you consider spin-offs, including transportation and other suppliers. We want to recalibrate before it is too late. That is why we are here today. We don't want to lose the opportunity to repatriate some of this work for finished products, not subject at the core of the softwood dispute. Our products fall outside the intended scope of the softwood lumber dispute, and they can be readily differentiated at the border at the time of export. At the border, we need a solution that works for authorities, that is feasible, administratable, and enforceable well into the future. And that brings us to Bill C-4. We support members of the committee amending Bill C-4 to provide for an independent study mechanism on finished exports outside the dispute. Specifically, we seek a review by a panel of experts for finished wood products consistent with past Canada-US trade precedent. And this, we believe, could be done by amending the reference to softwood in Bill C-4. This will provide reassurance to U.S. authorities that the scope language is enforceable, administratable, and will reduce circumvention. Possible positive outcomes here include hyphenating the product codes 4407 and 4409, which can be done to assist local border agents in processing our exports with confidence. This is similar to efforts to accommodate U.S. plywood manufacturers back in the Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement. With a simple majority vote that clause by clause, committee members can make an independent review happen by amendment. I'm not here to ask members of the committee to renegotiate NAFTA or the new CUSMA. It would not be wise to reopen negotiations with either Mexico or the United States. Enhancing Bill C-4 as it relates to softwood lumber is not changing the trade deal. You can take it or leave it, the deal, but the legislation can be improved in this one area. We want to work with committee members on appropriate language for an amendment. We encourage the members of the committee to act with confidence, supported by past precedent and sound public policy in the public interest. Our approach is collaborative and is achievable. Not only will it benefit Woodtone, but other operations in BC, Quebec, and the Maritimes will also benefit. The Woodtone approach is not a cure or solution to the softwood lumber dispute, but it is an effort to help a volume of exports that should not otherwise be in the dispute, and we want to take steps necessary to address the concerns. What we are talking about does not impact Mexico and is specific to local border entry points to help local officials process our finished products. We commend the cooperation of members on the committee and the positive initiatives to use Bill C-4 to improve Canada's future trade deals and arrangements. We thank our local MPs and all members of the committee for this chance to be heard. By working together now, we can improve Bill C-4 moving forward and improve cross-border trade in finished wood products not in dispute. Thank you, and I welcome questions and comments and wish the committee good luck and wisdom in your continued work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. We'll go on to Michael Beck from the Capacity Force Management Operational Manager.
Thank you. I'm Mike Beck with Capacity Force Management. I'm their operational planner. We basically have managed over 20 First Nation clients in BC. We help gather tenure through government to government as well as licensee negotiations. And we have also been instrumental in two foundation agreements that have currently taken place in BC with the Seashelt Indian Band as well as Lake Babine Nation. And I'm here basically strictly what I invited was just the basically impacts of what the softwood lumber dispute is creating, issues with the First Nation businesses and collaborations with forest licensee businesses and lumber mills in BC. As you know, a few people have already noted about the softwood lumber agreement. It's basically been a long-standing, outstanding issue between Canada and the United States. It's basically this agreement we've been sitting on has been expired since 2015. The current government hasn't seemed to place the softwood lumber agreement as a top priority to settle during the negotiation processes and ratification of NAFTA between Canada, U.S., and Mexico. The softwood lumber issues around the competition between Canada and the United States. The lumber companies have major problems resulting from differences in their respective forest management principles. The dispute is based on the U.S. lumber industry opposing to the low Canadian stumpage rates and transportation costs perceived by the U.S. as unfair advantage and subsidizing our lumber industry. The U.S. has been imposing duties and tariffs on Canada since the early 1900s, and the softwood lumber dispute is not going away anytime soon. The Canadian forest management principles are vastly different, and to compare one against the other is very onerous and well documented. A healthy Canadian log and lumber business requires certainty and fair market pricing. In order to achieve this, the Canadian government needs to bring the softwood lumber agreement to the forefront and finalize a long-term deal that avoids protectionist measures in both sides of the border. Canadian logs and lumber require unencumbered access to world markets in order to return the highest possible pricing. Protectionist measures in this case are creating an unnecessary cost to Canadian sawmillers, and these costs are passed on to the log sellers, which pushes log prices down domestically. And in recent court decisions and reconciliation agreements for First Nations are providing control of their timber resources within their unceded territory. The federal government needs to create forest policies that will ensure success, sustainability, and create long-term meaningful jobs in the industry as well as First Nation businesses and ventures. Imposed U.S. countervailing duties and tariffs have denied the maximum pricing on logs that have impacted profit margins for First Nation businesses that sell to Canadian mills. Additionally, there's a requirement for major reforms in policy to remove restrictions on log exports in order to eliminate uncertainty in the Canadian forest industry and allow the highest return and highest prices for our renewable resource. Duties and tariffs need to be eliminated, and long-term softwood lumber agreement needs to be ratified to ensure a healthy, sustainable, stable forest industry in Canada. And the impacts for Forest Nation forestry business, again, this is another vital component. It's impacting negatively with our First Nation businesses, agreements, and collaborations with Canadian forest industry partners. Canada requires to challenge the amend the Export and Import Permit Act that would ratify the softwood lumber agreement, as there are significant impacts that current U.S. countervailing duties and tariffs are affecting the economic success of Canadian forest industry, including First Nation businesses, which are selling their logs to local Canadian lumber mills. Some Canadian First Nation bands, as part of the ongoing reconciliation process, such as foundation agreements, are receiving timber rights to harvest crown timber within their unceded territories. These First Nation forestry opportunities, timber tenures and licenses, are to provide economic benefit and stability, long-term employment and training opportunities for First Nation communities, and future First Nation business investment opportunities. The impacts of the current softwood duties and tariffs on the Canadian First Nation forestry business is that Canadian local sawmills are basing their log purchase pricing on current log markets, but factor in the percentage of the tariffs and duties that the mills pay to reduce the log prices, which impact First Nations businesses projects negatively. As well as the U.S. Countervailing duties and tariffs are impacting the bottom line for First Nation business and ventures, and they're looking for the highest economic benefit for their timber resources within our unceded territory. Current economics of scales of First Nation forestry business, being upstream log sellers, are additionally impacted financially, as their business will not see any reimbursement of duty deposits from the United States once the dispute is settled, as these costs are typically factored into the local mill log purchase pricing agreements at the beginning of the projects. And ultimately, I'm drawing back to the current government mandate, in which one of their top priorities is reconciliation with Canadian Indigenous people, as well as wanting to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, to allow government to bring federal laws and policies for Canadian First Nations to pursue economic, social, and cultural development needs. Based on the government non-action to settle the long-standing softwood lumber agreement, is not placing a value for Canadian First Nation forestry businesses and the Canadian forest industry. Again, this is a requirement to ratify NAFTA Bill C4 regarding the long-standing softwood lumber agreement, to remove the tariffs and duties, and this will create a considerable If these are not in place and there's no agreement, these will create considerable adverse effects and restrictions for the First Nation forestry businesses. Some of the impacts right now that we're currently seeing with the softwood lumber agreement is some of the First Nation forestry businesses are having a hard time being successful and sustainable. As well, First Nation business-to-business agreements and collaborations with other Canadian forest industry partners, ultimately impacting forest economic earnings to the nations and bands, are also creating some issues. Lower lumber market pricing and duties, tariffs, creating mill closures or curtailments are also creating some issues as well around the nations and territories. And also, we're also seeing major licensees that are establishing more mills in the United States than Canada due to the additional duties and taxes to ensure the market competitiveness and balance of their dependence on local Canadian log supply. These moves create fewer good-paying jobs for Canadians as well as First Nation band members, limits log pricing competition to sell logs at lower market pricing or better with these mill closures. In closing, I just want to ensure the softwood lumber agreement stays on the Canadian government's top priority for settlement and is ratified in some way that it will make First Nation businesses stay competitive and are not penalized any longer by unfair and unjust United States lumber tariffs and duties. We need our Canadian government to defend our forest management systems and challenge the subsidy to remove the tariffs and countervailing duties, since wood is used in a wide range of industries and doesn't qualify as a subsidy under U.S. law, as well as the actions of the U.S. are driven by protectionism rather than unfair management practices and stumpage rate determination. Again, it'll be vital to have collaborative discussions and engagement between government, First Nation forestry businesses, and the Canadian forest industry to ensure a fair ratification of the softwood lumber agreement to make certain First Nation businesses and ventures, Canadian forest industry, are economically successful and sustainable in Canada. And that is all I've got to say. And if you've got any questions, I look forward to responding.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beck. On to Mr. Waugh.
We're together.
You're okay. And Mr. LeBlanc is here as an individual. Do you have some opening comments you'd like to make, sir?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. It's in French, but I'm happy to take questions in English. Madame la Présidente, membres du comité.
Dear members of the committee, Madam President, thank you for having me appear before you this evening. To begin, allow me to underscore that I appear before you as an individual. My opinions and answers in no way represent those of the organizations with which I'm associated. To begin, I think it's essential, of the highest importance, to have the agreement come into effect as soon as possible, not because it's necessarily a better agreement than that of NAFTA, quite the contrary, and I refer you to the Dan Churiak's C.D. Howe Institute analysis, but because we must avoid returning to the period of uncertainty that reigned during the negotiations. Canada's refusal to ratify the agreement will likely mean that the American president will carry through on his threat to withdraw the United States from NAFTA, or NAFTA 2.0. Should that be the case, and even were this decision to go before the courts, there would be a very poor effect on the North American economy, particularly for Canada's economy, given that investments would be delayed or simply move down to the United States, given that businesses would likely say we'll go to the States because that's the larger market. Moreover, the cost of many business transactions between Canada and the United States might rise in a rush to offset a NAFTA coming to an end. So we must avoid this. Certainly, CUSMA isn't perfect. I'm sure you've heard many criticisms of the new agreement. Given the time I have available, I would like to underscore 2 points. One has already been brought up by Bob Fay, but I would like to address it in greater detail. The undertakings of the United Canadian government on Chapter 19 on digital trade might force future constraints on national regulations that the federal and provincial governments might wish to bring into effect to govern data flows between Canada and the United States and Canadian digital space, as I specify in an article published by the Centre for International Governance Innovation, where I'm a senior fellow, and this article was published in October 2019. For example, American or Mexican businesses, especially American, might put pressure on the American government to bring into dispute a regulation requiring localization of data in the private sector or to protect privacy or national security. And that's the issue. There is an exception, a legitimate public policy objective laid out in the agreement. However, no one really knows what it means. And should there be a dispute between Canada and the United States about data localization, let's say, then an arbitration panel would be seized with the issue. And that arbitration panel would be called on to interpret the meaning of legitimate public policy objectives in Canada. The matter is as follows. Do we want to leave up to an arbitration panel, technocrats, unelected, the decision-making in such a matter? Would it be up to them to decide what Canada can and cannot do? The same holds for Section 19.7, which says that Internet computer services cannot be held responsible for content on their platforms. This is the same immunity that we saw in Section 230 of the U.S. Communications Decency Act of 1996. The general exception, the WTO's general exception, applies in this case, let's say, to defend public morality. The Canadian government might say, yes, we have these regulations to ensure that businesses that transmit content, let's say Facebook, be responsible for their content for public morality purposes, let's say, public ethics. Then Facebook might turn to the American government under Section 230, stating that this is discrimination, and also using Section 19.17, stating that Canada is in the wrong. And this might lead to a very restrictive situation for Canadian businesses in this sector. So my recommendation to the committee is that the government, with its partners, should ensure that more details are provided about how to define a legitimate public policy objective within the agreement, so that businesses might have more certainty about the regulations and their future in data flow matters. And of course, let's keep in mind that CUSMA will expire after 16 years after it comes into effect. For businesses that have a horizon of greater than 15 years for their investments, this uncertainty about the long-term future of the agreement for at least part of their investment future might lead them to invest in the United States rather than in Canada. Uncertainty about investing tens of thousands of millions, even millions of dollars isn't the best thing to experience. And so you might decide to go to the United States if you wish to invest for 15, 20 years, 25 years. You're not sure which agreement will be in effect 16 years down the road. This would mean a loss of investments and jobs for Canada. So the sooner that an unlimited duration is decided for this agreement, the better it will be for Canada. Thank you, and I'm pleased to answer your questions.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much to the witnesses for coming out this evening. And it's really good to see the softwood lumber witnesses come out tonight. Better late than never. Not unlike the Canada-United States-Mexico agreement. Better late than never. I'm just talking about shortly after noon today we got this. So I've been going through it. And I see in the very first paragraph on page 2, one 6-letter sentence says, reduces red tape at the border. Great. I continue on through to page 5. No, I've only got through to page 5 because I just got this shortly after 12 today. But it goes on to say, however, The gains will be partially offset by new market access to Canada's supply managed sectors and more restrictive rules of origin for automobiles and auto parts that will likely increase auto part production in North America, but also lead to higher production costs, in particular implementing the CUSMA outcome. My first question is for Ms. Hassan-Fratz. So I heard you talk about shipping parts back and forth across the border, right? So this would suggest that it's supposed to be much smoother. The C.D. Howells report suggests that there's going to be border thickening, is what they call it. We do know that the government has not put any extra time, effort, or money into the CBSA, who will be the ones implementing this, and the tariffs. My question is twofold. Number one, are you concerned from the auto parts sector that there's going to be an issue at the border, potential issue at the border? And number two, the auto industry would very much like this CUSMA deferred for them to January 2021. Do you share the same ambition?
Yeah, I don't personally have concerns that there's going to be a lot of holdup at the border. I think that, potentially when anything new comes in, there's some uncertainty and it takes some time to kind of get your arms around that. So there may be some potential issue, but I personally and our team doesn't see that as a major risk. I think that some of the discussion around implementation timing is really to just get a better clarity on exactly how some of these rules are going to work. I think there's a little bit of question about sort of the detail around it, which is why there's been some discussion around delaying the implementation, just to make sure everybody's got very good clarity on how the calculations work and that type of thing. So
very much. Thank you very much.
That's my understanding of it.
Perfect. Thank you. My next question is for Mr. Young. So I listened keenly to your opening speech. Very, very interesting. How was I just made some notes here. How was the dispute impacted? How has the disputes impacted your operations? You refer to tough choices. Can you share a little bit more about these tough choices and the asymmetrical impact of the dispute on your operations and your people?
Thank you for the question. It's obviously very difficult to make choices when you've got 300 families that work with you and you've got to let some of those families go in one location. You need to hire them in another. Ideally, in our world, we're a Canadian-based business and we'd like to see more Canadian wood processed in Canada. The challenge that we've found is that as a smaller independent producer, the impact of the duties is quite asymmetrical relative to what the primary producers face. So just as an example, the primary producers are producing 2x4s and they're shipping them down to the US and they're going to pay a duty on that. The asymmetry is you take that, the higher the price of that wood becomes the higher price of my input. That becomes my cost. And therefore, the more value I add in Canada, again, the more duty that we pay in Canada. So we did some quick numbers. It's about 3 times the amount of duty we pay for every board foot of finished product that goes across the line.
Great, thank you. And do you have suggested wording for an amendment? I think that's what you're speaking about. And why will an amendment help again?
So the amendment, so the quick answer, yes, we do have, and we can provide the committee with some suggested language around the amendment. The amendment is intended, when we approached the Department of Commerce back in 2017, they had 2 sort of areas that they were concerned about. And the first one was sort of identification, and then the second one was circumvention. And they actually suggested that we go out and we ask the Government of Canada for assistance. And if the Government of Canada would ask the Department of Commerce for this, then we would move ahead with the study. The study is really just going back to past precedent to say, okay, well, let's have a look at, and it goes back to 1988 with plywood. So all that they did at the time was they had a look at both sides of the border were actually manufacturing plywood, and they went back and they did a review of it and they presented letters, and the amendment basically allowed them to take plywood out of the softwood lumber dispute and move it into the free trade agreement, and then it had a trail off of duties. So the amendment is intended to sort of allay the concerns of the Department of Commerce, that we can have a look at. Canada can ask for and provide a study of the finished wood products. There's, again, a variety of manufacturers across Canada, to look at those products and do such in such a way that describes them so that it allays the concerns of the Department of Commerce.
Thank you very much, Mr. Young. Mr. Raya.
Mr. Fay, I'm so glad that you came here and talked about the data-driven economy. You know, we had NAFTA for long. Now we have this new NAFTA, Kusuma. But it is not going to dramatically change. This agreement is good. It brings some sort of stability to the Canadian economy. But look at what has happened with respect to trade during the last, say, 8 or 10 years. I think 2011, our exports to United States was around $315 billion. Last year, it was $320 billion or $324 billion. Our imports were about 10 years back around $280 billion. Now it is $290 billion. So this agreement is important. It brings stability to a lot of economy, but it doesn't address the economy of the future. You know, we have got steel industries. You know, they were producing 16 million tons 20 years back. They're producing the same 15 million tons today. Aluminum industry has not seen increase in installed capacity for the last 15 years. So basically this agreement is good, it brings stability, but it is not addressing the economy of the future, where the world economy is going towards a knowledge-based economy. Nobody has talked here about the software for autonomous vehicles. Nobody has talked about the robotics. Nobody has talked about artificial intelligence and how it impacts not just the Canadian corporate sector, not just the economy, but the Canadian society by itself. I'm glad that you talked about the data-driven economy, and as you pointed out, and as in this agreement, we have 6 years wherein our negotiator and we all, policymakers, we can understand more on the impact of these things, so that when the review comes in, we can look and also focus on those things. Obviously, the existing industries are quite loud in their lobbying, and that draws attentions from the lawmakers, the policymakers, the negotiators, but the 6-year time frame hopefully gives us some breathing space to look into the other aspects that has not been considered. You know, you did touch on the FDI, foreign direct investments. Many people don't know that 2/3, about 65% of the Canadian trade is due to the companies which are owned by foreign investors, foreign companies. The foreign direct investments plays a very major role in Canadian economy and Canadian trade. They control 65% of the trade. So you did mention that we need to have new international rules for FDI and intellectual property. You know, let's not go to intellectual property. I know that's a big thing, very, very important thing. That is our next natural resource. That is the only thing that can replace the natural resources. But can you quickly highlight in very short time what is the fundamental change you want to see internationally on the foreign direct investments?
Thank you for the question. You know, I've been listening to the conversation, and just to reinforce what you were saying, one could think, you know, we've heard from the software lumber industry, and our natural resources are an important factor of production for the Canadian economy, and we need a trade agreement to protect those industries and help them flourish. Data are a factor of production. And they will drive data, and data analytics will drive growth going forward. Now, with respect to FDI, I think one of the questions that's open is, you know, do we allow the multinationals that dominate the data industry, do we allow them to take out Canadian innovative firms? Or should there be a review?
Suggesting that we control foreign direct investment?
I'm suggesting that I think what we need to do is take a second look at how multinational investment is taking place in key sectors of the Canadian economy. I'm not suggesting that we should restrict or impose new regulation. I think we need to look at it, and we need to see what exactly is happening on the ground. So, for example, Google will list on its website the publicly listed companies that it buys out. But there's a flourishing SME sector where the takeouts happen. And when we're
a
thinking,
lot of new technology industries in Ottawa. Ottawa has got the biggest cluster of high-tech industries, most of them mom-and-pop shops. There are 1,700 knowledge-based companies in National Capital Region. Nobody realizes that. But as and when they find something that is exciting, that is market...
A short comment or question,
yeah.
Mr. Raya?
So they get taken over. Yes, there's a point well made. I think we should look into that.
Thank you very much. Mr. Savard Tremblay.
Oui, alors merci.
Thank you to all the witnesses in attendance this evening. Come from very varied background. Some are from the same domain, but not all. So from the very beginning of this study, it's been highly interesting and compelling. My first question will be directed at Mr. Leblanc. You said that at some juncture, NAFTA wouldn't have been better than CUSMA, because I'm curious to know why, because most of the witnesses that we've heard from, except those from the agricultural sector, have said that in the worst case scenario it would be the status quo or inadequacies. You know, except for the agricultural sector, no witness has said that we'll be going backwards. So to what extent do you see a deterioration as opposed to an improvement? Thank you for your question. I'm not necessarily talking about a deterioration but I am relying on studies undertaken by economists, for example, the effect on GDP for the economy writ large, and they've come to the conclusion, and of course there's always a substantial margin of error. Mr. Churiak for the CDA institution has demonstrated that overall there's been a very limited drop, whereas under other agreements, we expected a positive impact on GDP. But overall, the International Trade Commission in Washington reached the conclusion that, broadly speaking, the new agreement would not have major ramifications, that it would be minimal. Furthermore, they estimated that the positive spin-offs would come from the fact that there's no more uncertainty because the agreement has been reached. Yes, the agreements are comparable. Yes, some chapters have been modernized, particularly the chapter on digital trade. But as I indicated, that chapter itself has problems in terms of the commitments that Canada has made when it comes to regulating data in the digital sphere. We know that in the agricultural sector, there are a number of stakeholders that are left wanting and not satisfied. So what I was alluding to was a number of analyses that have been made on the new CUSMA, but what seems to be clear is that there are no significant gains to be had, and overall it's a status quo. Farmers have said that this will bring us backwards. Is there any way to compensate when it comes to the digital sphere? Well, this group is concerned about regulations. If we really want to protect Canadians from poor or bad content, what's basically posted on digital platforms, and we proceed, and then all of a sudden the American platforms say, no, you're not allowed to do this because under CUSMA you've undertaken to not hold us responsible or liable, and yet the Canadian corporations would be liable. That's kind of akin to Netflix and the whole tax situation where Netflix gets to avoid the HST, and corporations, homegrown corporations in Canada, complain because they are taxed. And that kind of creates an unequal playing field. There's not fair play when it comes to competition. So where do we want to go as a society? How can the government protect homegrown Canadian companies, national security, and Canadians? And that's where things are a bit vague, as I said in my opening remarks. CUSMA carves out a number of exceptions, legitimate public policy exceptions, but in practice, how does that play out, and what are the demarcations and limitations? We should be circumscribing this, and this new CUSMA doesn't do so, and I think we might end up with a number of surprises a few years down the track, and we might have to want to tighten up, for example, regulations at that point. Question. You said that there is a bit of something a bit vague going on, no rules that would necessarily disadvantage us, but there is a court, a free trade court, that will allow for such issues to be decided. But listen, thanks for your input, and we're going to develop recommendations. How much time do I have left, Madam Chair?
45 seconds.
45 seconds, I see. Well, I would have liked to have asked the folks from the softwood lumber sector a couple of questions. As you're aware, there's a set price in Quebec that's set by the market. It's an auction system which isn't recognized officially under the free trade agreements, because when there's a commercial dispute with the US administration, for example, well, it's deemed that it would affect all of the Canadian sectors. Do you think it's possible to formally recognize Quebec specificity?
To try to find another way to answer our colleague, its time is up, and I have to go on to Mr. Blakey.
Okay, merci. Monsieur Leblanc,
Mr. Leblanc, a couple of years ago, there was a debate on Kimbridge, and some folks thought that the government should have taken a more legislative approach to the issue. Am I understanding correctly that that would no longer, in fact, be possible under this new CUSMA? Response. Well, it's not that it would no longer be possible, but here's what I'm wondering, and what other people are wondering, and that is, if we go ahead and say, okay, to the Facebooks, the Googles, and others who provide content, under our agreement, they enjoy immunity. They can't be sued. They can't be taken to court. So in a sense, it's sort of self-regulation. They're self-regulating. Now, if in Canada, with Cambridge Analytica, for example, because there's erroneous information with Cambridge Analytica, Facebook had sold the data when it shouldn't have. And there's this whole issue which is being debated. Should we regulate the content on these platforms? And were that to end up to be the case, were we to make these platforms liable for the content that they post, well, those American platforms that provide services from and out of the United States, they could say, well, your regulations can't be enforced because there's a clause in the agreement that basically lets us off the hook. So is that kind of exception for the purpose of legitimate public interest, and could Canada, in fact, invoke that? Well, for the time being, we don't really know an answer. And are we going to allow a three-arbiter panel the choice to determine what's the outcomes for our country? Well, when there is sale of data, the provisions on localization make it very difficult to regulate the sale of data if the data are located or coming from elsewhere, and if our law doesn't apply. So is there the possibility that Canada wouldn't be able to regulate our own Canadian data? Response, absolutely. Well, under the law currently, personal, private data in the private sphere, well, there are privacy rules and regulations, of course, in place, but were, for example, the rules to be changed, and there was a greater limitation on the ability to transfer Canadian data to the United States, would US companies that want access to that data invoke the agreement by saying, listen, you're localizing this data, and in a sense that would prevent the free circulation of data, and you can't enforce this regulation here. You can enforce it when it comes to Canadian companies, but not US companies. And that brings to bear the whole issue of the level playing field. Would that apply? Would it not apply? And it flies in the face of Canadian companies' competitiveness.
This back to some of Mr. Fay's opening remarks in terms of, and it just seems to me sometimes people sign long-term contracts without understanding the future value of what they're signing away. Seems like a good deal now, but in 10, 20, 30 years, you know, if people didn't have the foresight or what they needed in order to be able to understand the value of what they were trading at the time, they can find that they're falling sorely behind. I mean, is that the situation? That seems to me that there's a lot that we don't know about what is an emerging industry still. I think that's fair to say, and it seems to me that this agreement is making some pretty serious and far-reaching policy decisions without evidence that we actually know what we're really trading away at this point. Is that a fair? I mean, is that a fair assessment that I'm hearing from the panel today? And how do you think we might try and have some domestically produced remedies that mitigate against this?
So I think there is one thing we do know, and that is more data and more varieties of data are what are necessary. And so Canadian firms are competing with some multinational giants that already have these enormous data stores. And so the question is, and with the open data flows, we're reinforcing their market position. So the question is, what can we do about that? And so at CG, we're thinking about this. There are ways, and I agree with everything Mr. Blonde said. There are ways to think about this and create our own data stores. There's a very important role for government here too. Government can play an extremely valuable role in helping nurture businesses and making data available to businesses. There's a patent collective that's about to be started in one particular sector. So there are things that can be done. I think we want to really push hard in these areas right now. And as I mentioned, we want to use that 6-year review period to help advance things that will be in Canada's interests as well.
Thank you very much, sir. On to Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the committee is joined by the Member of Parliament from Cypress Hills Grasslands, Jeremy Patzer. I'm going to be splitting my time with Mr. Patzer.
Thank you, Michael. My question would be for Mr. Beck and Mr. Waugh over there. Basically, just given where we're at with the softwood lumber dispute, I'm just wondering if you can elaborate further on the negative impacts it'll have on the First Nations that you represent, but also for any who are looking to establish new logging rights and start up a new logging company, just kind of what the outlook is in regards to that. I'll take that.
Well, the way the immediate impact or the direct impact is log prices. These costs that lumber producers are having to pay, the tariffs are, they factor that in, and they reduce, they drive down the prices for domestic logs that are consumed in these mills that the First Nations are selling to them. So, and so it's a lot of these operations aren't viable because of this. A lot of the wood doesn't get logged. A lot of the wood, a lot of the volume still remains standing. So, and as far as new logging operations go in British Columbia on the coast, there's more and more volume and tenure being awarded to the First Nations as we speak, and it's just currently with the way things are economically, it's very difficult to start up a new business in the logging operation. But hopefully, if they reduce the tariffs and duties, it will increase log prices, and hopefully we can get some of these operations going.
Yeah, that's what I had.
Okay, thanks. Time, Madam Chair? Okay, thank you. So my question is for Mr. Fay and Mr. LeBlond. Could you describe a little bit what are some of the high-level public policy options that we have in front of us to regulate digital platforms such as Facebook and Google? And how would the new NAFTA agreement limit the options of policymakers?
Do you want to start? I guess I can start. I mean, this is ongoing thinking, but you know, I've already mentioned this idea that if we wanted to treat, for instance, as was mentioned in the panel review for heritage, if you know, if we were to treat social platforms as broadcasters and wanted to regulate their content, for instance, and make them liable for what they publish online. You know, whether it's from news operations or others, then the question, and we would have to see, is whether that would be challenged by those companies through through CUSMA. In Article 1917, and then if it were, and of course it would have to be a dispute that would be launched by the U.S. government. There is no investor state in this case, so it would not be the companies themselves. But if in that case, if there were a dispute, and then a panel would be set up and would have to decide on these things, and it's very difficult at this point to know where that panel would decide. But if it were to rule in favor of Facebook or those kinds of social platforms, well, it would immediately undermine what Canada would be doing. So to me, that's in a way problematic. Are we kind of potentially constraining ourselves when it comes to that? If down the line, in terms of, we talked about privacy of individuals, if we wanted to impose more data localizations, for instance, both at the federal level or even provincial. I mean, the Quebec government is talking about, moving in that direction. Well, what happens if, let's take the example of Quebec moving and saying, no, we want to do more data localization, not for government purposes, but for private businesses. And then again, U.S.-based companies came and said, you know what, we think that this goes against the agreement that allows, free data flow between our two countries, and we're to challenge this. And then again, if panel is set up and they find that, for instance, Quebec is, at least that those regulations or laws can't apply to U.S. companies, then what happens? Then it creates an even bigger problem, is that the federal, Quebec could continue doing so, but the federal government would have to pay some form of compensation.
I'm sorry, I have to
Sorry.
stop you there. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the presenters, and particularly from beautiful British Columbia. I know softwood lumber dispute is a key issue to you fellows, and us as a committee here in the previous Parliament, we did study this this particular issue when witnesses were able to come in, and every instant that opportunity that I personally found, I had talked to the minister about this as well, so as we can keep it on the forefront. And minister has always said that she always been in contact on the other side, on the U.S. side. When it comes to this dispute and dispute resolutions. Mr. Riley, I mean, you just touched upon the previous chapter 19 and now I think the new chapter 10, making sure that every agreement that we sign have to be robust and fair dispute resolution in it. Do you have any comments? Is this chapter 10 going to help companies like yourself?
Is that for me?
Yes.
Yes, I think it's not just going to help our company, but I think it's essential even for bigger companies like Mr. Kolesnikov's, the independent companies that are processing things across the country, to be able to have something that we can rely on to resolve this, because we just sometimes can't count on the big companies getting behind the idea to resolve the issue, or the provincial governments from time to time getting the direction from the big companies to do that. In the perfect world, I would suggest that it would be great to have softwood lumber included as one of the items that is going to be in the USMCA. But that is just not a practical thing to hope for, because in my experience over the years, having been through this since 1984, because you're on the other side of the border, you've got a large group of people that don't want to have this resolved and have a free trade environment. So that's always been difficult. That's essentially why I think that the dispute resolution system that they had in Chapter 19 going forward seems to be pretty much intact. And that's why I would say that the small independent companies, the medium-sized independent companies would say that the USMCA needs to be ratified so we can continue that.
Thank you. And my next question goes to Linamar Corporation, Linda. You mentioned that 70% of your business is in the auto parts, and there's 30% in others, which also includes the equipment manufacturing. Does this new agreement, CUSMA, helps when it comes to equipment manufacturing, and particularly to the companies that you represent?
So you mean outside of the auto business?
Yes.
You're wondering about the impact on our industrial businesses. So, we don't see any negative impact from the agreement for either our agricultural harvesting equipment business headquartered out of Winnipeg, or our access equipment business, Skyjack, headquartered here in Guelph. So we don't see any downside risk for either one of those businesses.
So basically, it's a win-win situation for you in both.
Yes.
Do I have time?
Yes, you have 50 seconds.
I can go to Mr. The other British Columbia,
or Mr.
both
Young.
of you, if you want to make a comment on Chapter 10 or Chapter 9. It was used to be Chapter 19 before.
Sure. I agree with what Andy said. If we don't have that, what do we have? And that's the problem. WTO for us seems to have weakened. We need a mechanism. We have to have something when these unfair threats are made, some way of challenging them. We're dealing with a massive engine in the U.S. with the Softwood Lumber Coalition. They have a lot of power, and they're not letting up, and they're not going to let up, as we all know. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
On to Mr. Hoback.
Thank you, Chair. And actually, Chair, before I get started, I just want to thank all the staff and the support people that have been here these last 2 weeks putting this all together and making sure we have a good thing. This agreement, we've always signaled that we're going to vote in favor of it, but we've had lots of concerns about it. And one of the concerns was, of course, softwood lumber, and the fact that there was a softwood lumber package put together a few years back, and then finding out that a lot of that money didn't flow was concerning, in the fact that it's too late now for it to flow. So when I looked at softwood lumber and talking to some of the people right across Canada in the sector, unfortunately I didn't talk to any of you guys, which is unfortunate, but I will now. I'm hearing that once this is passed, that there's a softwood lumber agreement sitting in the background. Have you heard the same thing?
I'm optimistic that there is, but I'm not confident that there is. I mean, I think that that's also dictated by what's going on in the U.S. political system right now, and so as much as I would like to think that there is something in the background that's being discussed, everyone that I've spoken to has not indicated that there is.
The minister's been putting a lot of pressure, to get this passed, and Premier's putting a lot of pressure. And one of the tools that they're using was saying that there's a softwood lumber sitting in behind this. So get this done, and then softwood lumber will be dealt with right away. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what's real, what's not. I'm hoping that they're right. But having said that, if there isn't a deal, how do we mitigate what's going on right now? What do we need to do? We want to get a deal. Don't get me wrong. That would be my priority one. Get a deal, solve the tariff issue, and go back to a business as usual and give you some stability. In light of that, what do we do?
Well, for Woodtone and companies that are similar to us, I think generally the approach historically has been everybody's in or everybody's out, and we've been approaching it from the largest side of the triangle. And I think that there's an opportunity here. We're kind of at a unique inflection point here in terms of having a vehicle in order to accommodate a fairly small sector of the softwood business. I mean, there's a lot of softwood business, a lot of softwood products that are outside of the scope. We manufacture some ourselves that are outside of the scope. And I think that if we can approach it from with some urgency, I think that in our particular case, and I said that this amendment affects a number of companies across Canada. I think that it can provide some certainty, and the uncertainty in our business, as everyone here has spoken to, is significant. And I think in our case, an amendment could assist in providing some certainty for a number of companies.
Is there a short-term replacement for the U.S. market?
No.
Is there a long-term replacement with some of the new trade deals we've done with CETA and TPP and that?
No. Not
Ken?
in my case.
Yeah, if I can comment on that. One of the things that I am very much afraid of is this New Deal. The federal government and the provincial government have both told us to diversify away from the U.S. market. So we have. But now we have no shipments of record importing. So if there's a deal made and the U.S. coalition really wants a quota deal, we're screwed.
You don't have any...
No, because we were told to diversify, which we did. You're asking about a deal?
Yeah.
I'm very, very puzzled that would be out there. And I'm not an expert. What happens to us, all of us, Andy, ourselves, all of us, we're kept in the dark most of the time. These deals are made, and when Andy refers to big companies, we're talking the Canfors, the West Frasers, the Interfors, the Resolutes. Those are the companies that are being called and talked to. They very seldom talk to us, which is why I'm here. I'm going to be stranded in Ottawa because I wanted to come and have this opportunity to say that to you. Yeah, well, I don't disagree. Apparently we can't go skating because it's slushy, but I don't know how that could happen when it's so cold. But anyway, at the end of the day, somebody needs to start to listen to the small operators across this country. And that is not happening, and that is very frustrating when we are the ones that are staying in our communities, we're the ones that are employing the people, we're not shutting down, and we're investing. Mm-hmm. Our families' sales are $68 million a year. We're investing $35 million. You know how we did that? Because we put our homes on the line. My home, my kids' home, both of our kids' homes. And nobody here knows that. But the policies are being made here. And the people that get to come here are the ones that have big shareholders. We don't. We have ourselves. And if we don't make it, Mama's going to be unhappy. So I don't believe, getting to your question, Randy, I'm sorry. I get passionate. At the end of the day, I have not heard of anything going on. There may be. I'm not walking the halls here. But when I look at it logically, why would there be? The U.S. hold all the cards. The coalition is super strong. They're sitting just waiting. They're just giggling at all this right now. Until there's enough money in the piggy bank, and then we start talking about sharing that piggy bank, then maybe they'll come to the table. And if they lose a couple of more, this last NAFTA challenge that came out where their duties are going to be reduced potentially, without that, what would we have? It would continue. I apologize.
No, please don't.
If I just may jump in
was-
just quickly,
Yes,
just,
sir, go
just to
ahead.
complement some of the comments you've heard here, I think it's important that committee members recognize that they have the power right now to make a difference. It's not about a pot of gold at the end of another rainbow. Right now before you, you have the capacity to make the softwood lumber dispute better for a sect of producers. And that's within your purview, within your power. And that's part of Mr. Young's message, is that you guys can move with confidence based on past precedent, supported by sound public policy, in the public interest. You can make a very surgical amendment that will get more attention in Washington than anything our negotiators can do right now in terms of leveraging what you have before you to make it better for not the large primary producers that you've heard have benefited from high prices and sustained demand, but for the small and medium-sized enterprises that are investing and are employing and are extracting maximum value on this side of the border. And that's why they're here today, is to say you guys can make a difference right now with a very small amendment that will not compromise the NAFTA deal or the USMCA. Rather, it's about how it's going to be implemented, and there are provisions, and you can make a small change that will make it better moving forward for a group of producers in this country.
Thank you very much. On to Mr. Sarai.
Thank you. I'll be sharing my time with Ms. Benaya. I want to first thank you, all the British Columbia sawmills that are here and elsewhere, but I want to let you know we do take it very seriously. I have all the mills that are in my riding, and I have the most softwood employees per capita, I think, in all of British Columbia. I've been told by Kofi. They're all like you, Mr. Kalashnikov. They're all independents. They're all put their homes on the line, and I try to, as a member of Parliament, meet with them regularly, find out their difficulties. So my first question to you is: do you have a say in Kofi? You're not a member of that. Okay, so the second part I just want to say, because my time is limited, that we do actually on every study, whether you're an independent producer like yourself, whether you're a small person with 10 employees, or whether you're 200 or 2,000, or as I think from what was the company called? The Linamar. They have $7 billion in sales and 7,000 employees. We listen to everyone. I think when it comes to softwood lumber, we have been fighting. If you recall, the very first meeting the Prime Minister had with President Obama, he brought up he didn't even know there was a dispute. That's how small it is for them, but how big it is for us. I've been told every subsequent meeting that the President Trump and our Prime Minister has had that this has been talked about every time. But you know the politics of how these countervailing duties are put in place, and they grind you and they hold you to it. I think the best that Canada can do, and unless you have suggestions otherwise, is the places that we can go and challenge these, and we've been successful. I have a fabricating steel company in my riding, has 100 employees, that fabricates American steel in Canada and ships it back for buildings in the U.S. They were slapped with a 7% tariff 3 weeks ago. We successfully have won at the U.S. Treasury Commerce Board. These are the challenges, unfortunately, we have to deal with in this kind of trade environment. But the good thing is that Canada usually, in high terms, is successful at the end of the day, and that's what I'm hopefully believing, and that's why you've survived in the past, even though it's probably your piggy bank's gotten pretty slim at certain times, but we hope it'll happen again. But how you think, Mr. Schiller, that we will be able to amend something real quickly to put on this, I think is not plausible. Maybe if what you're asking for is that we push the Americans harder to get an agreement, that might be something, but we will not be able to use this. I don't know how that would be able to be done in a tri-party deal.
May I?
Sure,
I think what's wonderful about the opportunity that you have before you is, in fact, softwood is in Bill C4. There is a reference to softwood that offers the opportunity to amend that reference to include, in the case of Mr. Young, a study, an independent study of the finished products that are not intended in the scope of the dispute. So we're not talking.
The goal is if the resolution on the dispute is done, then none of the duties that he's paid should be paid, right? Am I correct? You just get it amplified when he gets hit with 20%. Yours, because you value add, gets higher. So the goal is to have none whatsoever, and I think that's what we're trying to achieve. So
indeed, but you have to be conscious as legislators of this asymmetrical impact that has been inflicting despairing damage on the industry. So while the large primary producers are enjoying record prices and record sustained demand, the secondary sector in Canada is ongoing and it's being negatively impacted. You've heard comments about having to relocate jobs and technology. And what we're saying is that right now before you have the opportunity to provide for an independent study to reassure the Americans on this very specific sector of volumes, and that could make things better. And it doesn't impact the deal, it impacts the implementation of the deal. That's within the committee's purview.
Madam Chair, if I can, just 1 second.
Yeah, please go ahead. Go ahead.
While they're talking, Kofi only represents a certain group in BC. Andy's group, our group, smaller independent, we're not represented by Kofi. But when there's it's ILMA, Interior Lumber Manufacturers Association, and I'm the chair of that. Andy's the chair of his, and we don't get called. It's always Kofi that gets called, so that has to change as well. And what these guys are talking about when it comes to products, the issue is about 2x4s. This is not about paneling, siding, finished products. That's where it's got to change. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bedaya.
Sorry, I don't have much time left, if any. I just wanted to say to Mr. Young, to Mr. Schiller, I know that you've had meetings with the Deputy Prime Minister's office as recently as today. I hear you at this committee. I think my colleagues opposite also hear you, and so we'll take that back. I'm not sure what is possible in terms of amendments at this time to the implementing legislation, but we could certainly look at recommendations and what we can do. So let us take that back, and thank you very much for making the trip to Ottawa and for making yourselves heard here today.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all to our witnesses here. We appreciate it very much that you've come and offered your advice to us, and we'll see where everything goes tomorrow. All right, thank you. Yes.
Just coming back to the nothing to. If you want to dismiss the witnesses, that's fine. But I just want to talk about the.
Okay, so I should just dismiss all our witnesses. I thank you for being here.
Yep. Thank you.
All right.
And if you want to go on camera, that'd be fine too.
Well, I can.
It's up to you.
Well, if we want to actually talk, then we can. There's nothing stopping me from going in camera, right? So do I have the support of the committee to go in camera? Yes. So I'm going to hit.